What's going on, y'all? Hope everyone's doing well. Ooh, let me adjust this. Welcome back to another semi-spontaneous episode of Cydonia Design Tech's live art stream. I'm Ezra Kellerman. Happy to be back here talking to y'all. As the title says, we're going to work today, and I got some exciting stuff to actually work on. We're going to start cleaning up some new 3D prints, and then we have some older prints that we're going to apply some interesting paint drips to, and then possibly some custom sanding, but we'll see. But as the title of the stream today says, we are rewatching the bombshell congressional hearings from yesterday regarding UAPs, also known as UFOs, and because of rules, I'm listening to that on my Bluetooth on another screen. So I'm going to be providing commentary when it's applicable and just generally talking shit about stuff that I feel like talking shit about in regards to what I'm listening to. With the rewatch. So I don't know if anybody saw it, but you should pull up. There's plenty of postings of the entire congressional hearings on YouTube. So I'm watching one. I saw one from News Nation, I think Associated Press. This one might be from CBS News. I tried to hit up this is like the third or fourth time I've rewatched the entire hearing, and I'm trying to hit up a different channel every time just to spread the love for the views. So I'm not advocating those news channels for any type of integrity or anything else, other than the fact that's where you can go find this. And I say I'm talking shit. There's really only a couple times on, I thought, yesterday's hearing where it was like, the hell was that all about, One where the dude that clearly is just 100% uninformed about what's going on starts, talking, just basically showing his ass and ignorance about, it's all a little far-fetched to me. And then that one just senile boomer, Representative Fox, who starts bitching about the Chinese balloon and Biden. It's like none of that had anything to do with what was really going on. So with that said, let's talk about what we're going to be doing today. So first thing, we got this. Just came off the 3D printer, the CR10, one of the CR10s here in the studio. And it is the third version of these guys. So basically it's smaller because I don't really feel like I need to replicate the size, but we had this is a Corinthian, we had Tuscan and Ionic columns. So I wanted to see how the same Addington looked, the same form on elongated columns. So we have a Corinthian coming up right here, which is what we're going to clean up. And again, it's a little smaller, and the proportion of the top sculpture, the top form versus the actual, the ratio of the form to the pedestal is a lot different on purpose. So these are sketches for potential newer artworks. And, well, I guess there's an old school, traditional, I shouldn't say traditional, but just like an antiquated name for sketches of three-dimensional artworks is maquettes. So these would be maquettes, right? So with that said, I'm going to start cleaning this bad boy up. So let's try to get a prompt going here in the chat for those of you that aren't on the other things. I still don't know what these are, Discord or whatever else, but those are the active ones. But for whoever's going to see this on Twitch or later, what did y'all think of the UFO congressional hearing yesterday? How about what did y'all think of yesterday's congressional hearing? Let me know. Hit it up. All right, here we go. Right now it's just Representative Burchett. It's his opening remarks. I'm pretty early on into the rewatch of it. So this is that same faux marble PLA that I've been using quite a lot. Although the brand that I was using before, the JO, I can't find it anymore. So this is a new brand, I think called Red, maybe something like that. And I think it's pretty much the exact same. There's some other stuff that I'm gonna pull on camera today, where you can kind of see a difference. But honestly, unless they're juxtaposed right next to each other, I can't really tell. So it's actually a couple bucks cheaper than the JO, and I think I like it just as much. So that's good. One of the things you might notice is that I really messed with the supports on this. So this is just a 5% infill on the supports. And then we did like, I think a 10 infill on the actual form. And again, that's just because I was trying to save materiality and time since this is a sketch. But the 5% on the supports is what's up. And I used a tree, obviously. Made some pretty cool forms. And unlike some of the stuff that we were cleaning up a couple of weeks ago, this is just jumping off the form, which is what I am hoping for. I do think, this is going on to the congressional hearing. Representative Burchett is, this is a bipartisan effort, okay? So I'm not going to be commenting on any kind of who's a Republican and who's a Democrat or anything like that. For those of you that want to know my personal views on that, I'm happy to share them. But we're talking about UFOs here, not that stuff. So I was really pleased with what he was saying, with what Representative Burchett was saying, in regards to how, the balance needs to get back to where the Pentagon and the intelligence communities work for the people, work for the government, as opposed to have their own autonomy. So. Okay, so got a little scrap in here. And I found a new, normally we use the screwdriver. It's the same size, I think, same tip. But I found this one in a drawer, so it's not one that I actually use to tighten bolts on my 3D printer, on my Ender, so we won't run the risk of breaking a tool that we need. So. And this one's going to get some use and be just as effective. Representative Luna is giving her opening remarks right now. Okay, this is going to haunt me. How do we get this out? I'm not bleeding already, am I? No, okay, good. All right. So this may not ever come out. I need something smaller. So there's some right there. That's what we're trying to get out, right there. I'm going to keep digging on this for just a few more minutes. And then I'm going to just move on. I think we got it, or a big piece of it. Oh, look at that. Ah, shit, son. Okay, that's about as far as I'm going to be able to get in there now. But, plenty of detail. Okay, let's continue. Who's talking now? Representative Garcia. I don't know where they are, where their constituency is, but it's still opening remarks. Basically, just nobody's asked any questions yet. This Representative Garcia is discussing the overt bipartisanship of this subcommittee in this specific hearing, which I feel like is absolutely worth the time to point out. Okay, so you can see the Corinthian has a lot of detail in here, and this is not it, but like, this is, and here, not, is, and I'm just having to like kind of go through and make sure I pick around that. So this part's going to be a little tedious. wow, look at all that. Nice. Okay, so you can see the detail in the Corinthian column. I can't remember where I got this file. I didn't model this, no. It was a accessible file. I can't remember. I've had it for over a year. And I didn't think the Corinthian design was going to be something I needed to worry about. But it's becoming more and more, I think, important to use. So just for this sketch, I used what I had on hand, so I didn't have to model my own. But I really like it. And here's the other. All right. So you can see that the I like the let's see if it stands. Yeah. So I like the ratio of object to pedestal more so than this one. So with these other two, you can see I fit the for the most part, I fit the dimensions, the width of the, I guess not a diameter, but I fit the what axis is that? Z, the Y? I fit the Y dimension within the circumference of, or within the edges or of the pedestal. Certainly with this one too. But with the Corinthian, I decided to come outside of that dimension, and I think I like that a whole lot better, especially since it adds a little bit of tension to the fact that it may fall over when it's standing up. Right? As opposed to, I know, I'm sorry, this is that white that just blows everything up, but these are sketches, so I'm just using the PLA that I have to get rid of. All right? Yeah, that's pretty dope. So is that one. Yeah, but see how that sticks around? Might have to make another one where we can see that relationship on these. So, cool. Here we are. Some maquettes. Put them over here so I can look at them while I'm working. Very happy with how that came out. Okay, now what's next? Well, something fun. I mean, it's all fun in here. But we have 3 pieces. Okay, we're going to have to readjust this camera. I'm going to back it up. And how are we doing here? You see this line? No. Yeah. So these fit like this. Right, and you can see I put some magnet housings. That's what these spheres are. I have to drill them out on both ends. So these will magnetize. And they fit like this. And something interesting happened. This had a misprint on it. I don't know if you can see, but basically right in here, right where the color changes, there was a shift in the print. It just shifted over a little bit. It glitched out. I don't know why it did that. Which is cool because it gives us a chance to highlight that and gives, something fun and unexpected into the artwork, and it gives us another opportunity to just use our artistic instincts to react to the process. But it's also concerning because I don't want my 3D printer to be broken and not be able, one of the CR10s to print, not be able to print at a certain, it just gets all catalompus like that. However, this one is the same size and was the second print, and when it got to that height, it did not have an issue. So I'm thinking it was just something to do with the slicer, the way that this specific section got sliced. But I don't know. Arnold Palmer, my new favorite. All right, now they're still just going through the introductory rigmarole, and they're swearing in the witnesses. So we're going to go through this piece by piece, and I'm going to adjust this again so that here we go. Okay, here we are. So we're going to drill through here. Ooh, let's bring the other things in just to give them a really good look. Might have been hard to see before. So sorry about the white, but yeah. And then the new one, right? So we can see the difference in scale and relationship. Ionic, Tuscan, Corinthian. So again, you can see as I turn the forms around how this kind of plays with the tension, like the weight, like it's going to topple the pedestal back. So I think this is the kind of ratio up top to form to pedestal that we're going to go for. Although I might print one of each for the final artwork. I don't know. Probably not. Probably just use it. Okay. So now, but with this pedestal on top, we have, look at that. It just gave birth. We have another Additon to go on top. Okay. So what we'll probably do is just go through each one, clean them up, and then drill holes, put in magnets, and see what it looks like all together. And then we'll think about how we're going to finish it. We're going to do some similar dropping of the paint onto this Additon, but I think that we're going to highlight this glitch with some painting and maybe even paint half of this. Okay, something just happened on here. I don't know what that was. I just got a ding in my headphones. I was not paying attention to where that came from. So, cool. Yeah, I can't remember what I was saying. So we're just going to start actually getting work done. Put these two. Let's go through this one since it's got the most to take off. This is also a 5% info on the tree. Okay, it's just witness opening statements now. They just went through graves and they're now on to brush, which I might just kind of manually put down a little bit just because, Grush's testimony is a reiteration pretty much of the things he said in his News Nation interview. So. I still can't believe this shit happened yesterday. Like, it's been hard for me to get work done, because I've been waiting. I mean, those of you that tune in this channel, I bitch about UFOs all the time, right? And the fact that somebody went in front of Congress on the record, swore an oath, and said all that shit, and the Congress wasn't just like, except for that one dipshit from Missouri, whatever his ass is, and that fucking just senile boomer Fox, who started talking about the Chinese balloon. This was like seriously legit questioning, and they treated the subject with the utmost respect, which was so refreshing. There wasn't any X-Files, hardly any X-Files jokes. Somebody did say the truth is out there, but nobody said the phrase "little green men," or it was obvious that as the Congress people had stated, they knew the answer to some of these questions, and they just wanted them on public record. So that was pretty tight. Still, never thought the day would come where some of the stuff that a lot of people knew, or at least suspected was the truth, through a lot of circumstantial evidence, would go on the record under oath with direct eyewitness testimony, which, if we're keeping score at home, is enough to convict someone of murder. What? No, they didn't murder anybody. I'm just saying, all of the circumstantial evidence, the decades of that backed up with actual eyewitness testimony. If this were a murder trial, that'd be enough to be like, oh yeah, that person did it. Like, we have no doubt you're going to jail forever, possibly be killed yourself for murdering somebody. So, that's something that I never thought I would see happen, and I'm still elated. What's that? No, I'm not advocating for the death penalty. I'm just saying that, but in some states, that is very much what happens if you kill somebody. You yourself are murdered. That's all that I was saying. Getting there. So we're going to get all this stuff out of there, then go back in on the details. turn this up just a little bit, okay? What's the name of the barrier? I think it's at 60,000 feet. Is it the Van Buren line? Where atmosphere turns into space? Look that up real quick. Yep. The Kármán line. For some reason I thought it was called something else. Now I know it's a gradual thing, but that's where, like, it says here, that's where orbital dynamics take over, right? Man, I'm gonna keep on this keto. Look at that. Oh yeah, no, I'm looking good. I've lost weight. I feel a lot better too. I'm not actually doing keto now. I am on a specific diet. Or I should just say I'm watching what I eat. I'm doing some version of IVF. No, of intermittent fasting. And I've moved my running, my 5K, hashtag 5K every day, to the morning, like pretty much right after I wake up. I feel a whole lot better. I also pretty much quit drinking. That's not something I did for any other reason than I didn't want a hangover when I was doing all this stuff. I'm going to one of my best friends, one of my greatest friends in Hawaii, so we'll be doing some Mai Tai drinking for sure. So look at that. I love all that stuff right there. Okay, somebody did say the phrase "little green men," but it was one of the opening witnesses talking about how the stigma around the subject is gone. So we're going to let that slide. Thank God that was a dull screwdriver. What's that noise? I'm getting textual message. Let's see. Oh yeah, 13 motherfuckers. All right, we're gonna have to do that later. This a little forward. There we go. I mean, that's just crazy that like we still can't report on this shit, that they still don't have anywhere to go. Pilots that see this stuff. More text messages. Huh. Some pretty bad fidelity on the bottom here. To mess with my printer settings, maybe even upgrade a nozzle. This is technically also a sketch. Okay, so bombshell moment in this hearing. Grush just said that he, I think it was, I didn't see the, unfortunately I didn't get the name of the representative asking it. I think it was Garcia. Asked Garouche if he knew where specifically the downed, if the government had aircraft and where they were, or downed UAP, so basically they had crashed UFOs and where they were. And Grush said, yeah, 100%, I know that that's true, and I also provided the specific locations to the Inspector General, and I had the people that told me the specific locations sign one-time disclosure, classified disclosure relievers, and also said where they were. That's just fucking crazy. Yes. That's crazy. They were seeing black cubes or gray cubes in clear spheres. That is a nuts type of UFO. Okay. Oh, this. Hold on. Look at that, same size. Cool, cool, cool. Wow, this is so much easier with only 5% infill. Oh man, this dude, Moskowitz, Representative Moskowitz, his shit is like, his line of questioning is a lot more seemingly benign, but the bombshell answers that come out of this regarding funding and the cover-up, just as crazy as homie talking about clear spheres with black cubes and them being what the UFOs look like. get a hammer, that last little part. Oh God, this is that Miss Representative Fox or whatever is that just senile fucking boomer who just goes off on this biplane balloon and doesn't actually talk about the topic. She Jim Jordans it, you know? Just takes this opportunity to suck somebody else's dick, Trump. I mean, instead of actually sticking to what they're supposed to be doing. Got it. That was so much easier with only 5% infill. It's so much more. God, look at the detail in there. We got so much more of that cavity, that little nook cleaned out. Heck yes. And that took half the time. Okay, we just got a little bit going on here. I didn't realize that it was 4 o'clock. I know we've only been on the stream for about an hour and 15 minutes. I am on a Jurgen schedule. So we're going to get this last little bit pulled out right here and do a once over to make sure there's no little nuggets that we got to knock off. And then we're probably going to end the stream for today. Or at least for now. Maybe we can get on later.
Oh, sorry, forgot I was standing up.
Yeah, look at that. All right. Let's go ahead and knock this out. So here's a pretty good example of the difference in the two types of faux marble PLA I've been using. This bottom part is the JO, and the top part is the new red. Same as here, red. The thing that I do miss about the JO is that it has a little more of this like sheen on the outside, a faux look to it, which at the time of me using it, you know, like a simulacra of a material that has this projected luxury on it, like marble, was, you know, utilizing something that itself was like a perversion of that, like a replica, a simulacra of it. That was really important to my idea. However, I do think that the red, it looks a little more like stone. Maybe not marble so much as stone. So I'm excited that I have access to that material again. Okay. Now, I have this 1 centimeter drill bit. That's the next step, is to go into these housings that I made. You can see these things right here. And drill down. We need to mark on this drill bit 3 millimeters in depth. Put a depth gauge on it, which I've actually got a collar that I can put on here and fasten. And we'll use our digital calipers to do that. However, this is going to be where we're going to cut it off for this portion of the stream. I have a ton of digital editing to do tonight, but I may get bored and hop on here in the middle of the evening or, you know, at 1 a.m. and get some more work done on this. So we'll see. But if not, I'll do my best to be on here tomorrow. But thanks for watching. I'm excited to continue putting these artworks together. It's going to be fun. We're close. We're in the good stage now of magnetizing and painting. And I just want to say, man, that redoing those supports, it really, 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 really helped out. So I'm pretty stoked. So I will talk to y'all again. Thanks for watching, and peace. Hey y'all, how's it going? Hope everybody's doing well. The unusual time for a Cydonia Design Tech stream. Jurgen and I had to wake up early to go to the park this morning so that we could beat the heat and he could get his fitness in. So then we decided to come on down to the studios and just get some work done until about till lunchtime. So that's what we're gonna do, and it's really hot, which is why I'm dressed like an 80s hair metal band. So just bear with us. What we're going to do today is continue to work on our large 3D printed artwork, the 3 pieces that we made. And I've got the collar ready for the drill bit. Just need to get the drill going, and we're going to start each print has these. Sorry about that. Each print has these like little magnet housings that I put into it, right? And we just like drill into these center holes, the center, and drop a magnet, and they line up with all the other parts. Sorry. So like, that's how everything's going to connect together with magnets, right? So we're going to work on that. I might find a new camera angle just so y'all can see a little more of the whole print while I'm working on it. And I am going to listen to last night's Coast to Coast on my Bluetooth, since that'll violate, I think it does anyway. I don't really want to test it. Some Twitch copyright policies. I don't want to get Cydonia Design Tech any problems. So I'm going to be listening to that and offering up my, peanut gallery commentary as I'm hearing it. Supposedly last night, hey Jurgen. He's not listening to me. Poor little guy. He's so hot. He's scratching his ass off. Quite literally. Supposedly last night Ian Punnett got up on there and they actually talked about the congressional hearings, which I couldn't believe that they didn't really have a show ready to go, just like canned up, like the most momentous thing to ever happen to ufology. Seriously. And they didn't have like a immediate reaction lined up. I think the show that night was about something not even UFO related. It was like spirituality, which, I know you can connect to UFOs, but it had nothing to do with the congressional hearings is my whole point. So, all right, I'm going to get all that set up, and just realized I forgot to get the drill as well as cue up the podcast. So here we go. Let's see, is that a little better? Let me see a little more of it. Is it working? Maybe even further back, and let's tilt this up. There we go. That's a little better, huh? Because you can see like the drill going in and everything. Right? Okay. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and cue up this podcast just because not having auditory stimulus when I'm in the studio, especially when I'm just doing mundane stuff, is not fun for me. Uh-oh. It's not queuing, not connecting. Oh, I just ruined it. There we go. Okay. Here we go. Yeah, what was it? Saturday, Friday. They talked about secret societies on the night of the congressional hearings. Wait. Secrets. Oh, Lisa Gar's coming on next time. Tonight. That's cool. So apparently this is not necessarily about the congressional hearings. They just address it. It's about Wilbur Barr's infrared research, which is still pretty fascinating. If anybody's never looked into that, the guy uses, I think, V2 and above and higher night vision goggles and certain infrared camera spectrums to actually like find UFOs that you can't see with your naked eye. It's pretty fascinating and horrifying. Let me get the drill. got the drill. And I'm also going to use these digital calipers. Yeah, for a while there, this was my favorite tool I had. Nerd alert, right? I'm going to use these digital calipers to set the depth of the collar. So what I mean by that is, here is the drill bit, and here is this little thing that matches up with the diameter of the drill bit, right? And it has these on either side Allen nuts. And what you can do is you put this around the drill bit, and it basically creates like a depth gauge, right? So let's go ahead and open this. I cannot believe that the studio did not already have a 10 millimeter, 1 centimeter in diameter drill bit. So I had to go purchase one. And there we go. Let's slide the collar on, right? See how that works? And then I'm going to turn on the digital calipers, measure 3 millimeters. Trying to get this. Okay. Actually going to go 3 1/4. Okay. Three 1/4. And the reason why I'm going to go 3 1/4 is because there is a 1/4 of a millimeter sorry, y'all, I just got really distracted. Okay. There is a extra 1/4 of a millimeter just ruined it. The reason why I did an extra 1/4 of a millimeter, sorry, spaced out, is because the design itself has an extra 1/4 of a millimeter. I pulled the housings up a little bit so the 3D printer would actually like mark it. Sorry, let me just finish this and then I'll be able to tell you exactly what I'm trying to say. Also, let me get some more coffee. All right, there we go. The reason why I did an extra 1/4 of a millimeter is because you see right here, so I actually extended the housing up a 1/4 of a millimeter outside of the design so that when it was sliced and printed, I could actually see it. And we did that in the last major prints, the Additons that were in the exhibition back in earlier this year. And what we do is, then what I could do is just file that down once I drill the housing. So if I do an extra 1/4 of a millimeter depth right around there, I might not have to go back in with the drill bit. Might not have to go back in with the drill bit after I file everything down and re-plunge this hole. So we got that. Let's just double check with one of these magnets that this depth is actually going to work. So here's the magnets. Yep. Okay, so this guy is talking about what he does, and I was totally wrong. This is not the, hold on. All right. Okay. Okay, that's not going to work very well. All right. This is not. For some reason, this drill bit is walking a horrible amount. Well, This is supposed to be a lot easier than what's actually happening. So this Wilbur Allen, the guy that I'm listening to, he is not the night vision guy. I don't think. He's talking about his research now. The changing of the vernacular from UFOs to UAPs. I hear a lot of people talking about why that went down, and I don't think it was because they wanted to make it easier to discuss UFOs. It was an attempt to. It was a reclassification, a vocalization of the concept by the United States, by the government, to push people off the path so they couldn't find it. Things got to be heating up around, when was the Trump election, 2016, You had like Hillary talking about how she wanted to she wanted to be the president that like basically caused disclosure. And that's when you started hearing about it being UAP as opposed to UFO. And at least that's around the time period I started hearing about that. And it seemed like that was just a way for like obfuscation to happen from the government. It's like there were this new term was there so that when people started asking about UFOs, they could just be like, no, we don't study that. When they studied it, they just called it a different thing so they could just deny it. This isn't quite working how I anticipated, but let's keep going. Maybe we'll figure it out. This is exactly how we made the other one with the magnets we used for the previous artworks, which were much larger, although we had dozens of magnets in them, hundreds. Those were 5mm, and it was just easier to control the drill bit, maybe. Oops. Okay. All right. Okay. All right, so works pretty. The magnets work. They're not positioned well. Have this break in the column right here, which I don't mind the seam, and that'll close up a little bit once we fix the house, like file the housings down. But the magnets themselves didn't line up totally accurately at all. Right? Okay. So how does that get fixed? Oh, that's how. No, that doesn't work. Hmm. 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 So I think here's what I think needs to happen. I think this one I'm just going to glue together. And I think what I need to do is go back into the file, on Fusion, the CAD file, and where the housings come out right here, I need to cut them so that they don't have to be drilled, you know? Yeah, so we'll just print another one. Cool, 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 cool. So that means we need some more filament, possibly. Yeah, and we'll just have two of these. Maybe we'll print a different, no, we'll print the same one. Okay. Sounds good. Because this isn't going to work. So, new plan. I'm going to dig the magnets out, file down the housings, and then we'll figure out what we're going to do with this glitch right here. Okay. Oh, that was awesome. I hope you guys saw that. So let me do a little bit of cleanup just because we're gonna shift gears and how we finish this artwork up. We're gonna get the same end result except for the fact that it won't be modular, which is totally cool because we'll just make one that's not modular and then one that is. But we got some other stuff we can do today. But I do not like having a bunch of tools on the bench if I'm not going to use them because it kind of confuses me and it just makes me feel cluttered. So I'm going to clean up for a minute and let me know what you need from me. All right. Wait, what? This guy just said that the Tic Tac was a biological organism. Okay. So, let's do a little sanding. Actually, just do this. Oh God. I'm sorry, y'all. It was obviously too early to be working on this. I am just so perplexed and confused. Okay. I can't tell if I... No, I didn't. Okay, we're going to switch gears. We're going to work on this white skull. So this was a skull that we patched with just that basic the mica powder in the. We used a 2-part epoxy. It's kind of a putty, more like a dough, called Ooh, I can't remember. It's a smooth on. Flex. No, not Flex. It was the smooth on 2-part epoxy dough. I'll have to, the name is escaping me right now. And we filled in some of the, God, I know this thing is like just so bright under the light. But we filled in this patch up here with it and then sanded that down. And there was some gaps and cracks. I just actually put in wall spackle, right? Because I thought it made a really interesting contrast with the white. And I'm just dusting off, taking the top of the spackle off, just so that we get a smooth surface again. This is 220 grit sandpaper, so it's not really doing much. Okay. We're going to shift gears totally. We're going to drop some paint. There we go. Okay. Let me go get some paints. Yeah. Okay. Okay, here we go. Wah, ah, ah, ah. Shit. Okay. Interesting. This one didn't go down this far. That's cool. So you see a lot of the seam in the repair. Nice. Okay. Next drip we want to do is this skull. So, yeah, I know. This episode of the UFO podcast I'm listening to it's really not that informative. It's interesting, but I can't believe it's only going to be 1 hour of this guy. You're talking about infrared stuff that he's seen, but they're not really. They're just kind of going on a really broad stroke, basic thing of like what's just happened. The coolest thing he said was that the Tic Tac video that was just taken was actually a biological creature. It wasn't a mechanical thing. It was a biological. So let's use. That's what. Okay. I'm going to go. Clean these up. I'll be right back. Okay. Okay, here we go. This purple is so delightful. Put that right there. Okay. Actually, we cannot put that right there. I got a big pile of this shit in the other room. I'm gonna go put it on there. Okay. Here we go. Oh God, I'm sorry. You can't even see it. Shit. Okay, this one needs a little bit of water. This one's good. This one also needs a little bit of water. Oh, it's got some mixed color. Nice. Yeah, you know what? Fuck it. Okay. All right, we'll clean these up. Add a little bit of water. It's almost time to flip the top of this table over. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay. Got a little bit of water in here just to help it get to the right viscosity. Okay. All right. What do you think about this so far, huh? I think it's looking cool. A lot of pastel on there. Ooh. It's really coming off the base here. That's going to be super interesting when it all hardens and we have to like figure out how to... Cool. All right, let me take this paint back to the storage and I'll return. I'm going to keep these here with it. Okay. Okay, y'all. So let's recap real quick. So I completely beefed it. Beefed it hard today. And, you know, even though it didn't work out with the original art making we were going to do today, you know, it's just kind of part of making art, especially when you try things that you've never tried before. I mean, obviously that's just like a common sense thing in life. It's like, oh, the first time I did it, it may go wrong. But the thing about artwork is that it doesn't ever go wrong, you know? Like, it just goes the way it goes. And with this specific artwork not going the way I anticipated, we actually ended up learning probably a new trick to do that's going to help us in the future, right? So it still is going to get to be the same final result. And just because it's not modular doesn't really mean that it's not the same visual result in the end. It's just not the same thing for storage or transportation. But the artwork itself, I think, is only 30 inches high, maybe. There's like 3 pieces that are a foot that get put together. So it's not super large. But now we can know how to make the next one, right? So I'm pretty excited about that, actually, to have 2. And then these are kind of some sketches and maquettes for for an artwork that's actually going to be a triptych of sculptures. And once we figure out how to get this magnet kind of thing squared away with the larger diameter magnets that we're working with, we're going to start making that thing. So I'm really excited. I can't wait, actually. And I love it when I learn new stuff and work through unknowns. You know, I'm trying to find really positive ways to say that, you know, when you work through mistakes, because I don't really feel like it's a mistake. It's just like, I never worked with magnets that diameter. I didn't know I needed to do it, but now I do, and it's not going to affect negativity on the artwork at all. So that's super tight, and I'm really excited. I'm looking forward to reprinting some of this stuff. So, okay, we're going to end it there. We made a couple more things for the online store. And it looks like all of the artworks that we're currently have to put on there are finished, except for this. Except for the skull, which I think what we're going to put it on top is this. Have this length of column, this misprint, and I think I may paint it a color. fill in the top and then have some kind of a, maybe something like this. I don't know. We'll see. Oh, cool. We'll see. We'll put that over here. All right. Well, thank you all for watching. And I'm sorry I was so distracted and I beeped everything. I'm about to head out of town for a little more than a week. So depending on what schedule's like, let's see, I'm leaving on Wednesday morning. We may be able to get a stream in there Monday or Tuesday. So I'll keep you all, well, I won't keep you posted, just be on the lookout for it. All right. But thanks for hanging out Sunday morning with me, and I'll talk to you soon. Hey y'all, sorry for that delay with the intro. I was trying to hit up the potty before we started today. Long time, good to see y'all. So yeah, it's been a while since we've streamed. We're getting closer and closer to moving everything off of Twitch, and keep up with that. We'll let you know when we make a decision. But once again, just want to say thanks for everybody who's continuing to hang out with our slow crawl as we're moving away from Twitch. There's nothing wrong with Twitch. I'm not really supposed to break anything down right now on the stream. The rest of Cydonia Design Tech asked me not to, but it's looking like we're going to move to a platform that consolidates everything into kind of one area so we can have more frequency of streaming and just make it easier on everyone, both on us and as everybody watching it. So everything's going to stay the same, all the extra stuff you all do to chat and talk and everything like that. It'll all be the same. But today we're going to work on some 3D prints. We got some more made. We have 2 versions of an artwork that I've been working on, and we're going to put them together. It's the same print. One version, we're going to glue the components together to make one about 30-inch artwork, and the other one we're going to use magnets to get the artwork, the components to snap together so they can dismantle and pretty easy. And we're just going to see which one I like better. It's not a very huge artwork, but I wanted to make 2 versions of it and also to test 2 different color schemes with the paint on the end. First though, we have 2 sections. This being one of them. I don't know how well you can tell. You can kind of see it right here. But there is a region right about here, all the way around, where we have some distortion in the print. Luckily, it's just kind of like highlighted by these 2 different colors here. So this is it right here. This top part is where it ends, and then this bottom part right here is kind of where it begins. So I don't know what caused that. Either something unknown bumped into the printer, which caused it to have this distortion, or the G code that I pulled off of Cura, off of Ultimaker, somehow got warped in transition when it went from the computer over to the printer. So the file was corrupted, which is most likely it, because here's another one on a completely separate print from about a month and a half later. And same printer though, but you can see right here we have another layer of distortion. So I don't really feel, sorry. I don't really feel like you can really see it right here. So I don't want to reprint these prints, and I actually like a little bit the idea that they came out distorted. I've kind of, as much as possible, tried to pre-fit all these together just to see if the distortion is going to cause some kind of issue with the components fitting back together. And as far as I'm able to tell, it doesn't look like it. I've got my Dieter Mert Jurgen mug. Shout out to Deeds, wherever you're at. So yeah, so these prints, the distortion doesn't really do anything to inhibit or prohibit them from fitting back together. And respective components. So what we're going to do is I'm going to mask above and below these distortions so that I can just paint them. And I'm going to like kind of take a page out of some Kunsigi or a little bit of wabi-sabi philosophy, you know, where it's like we're just going to enhance the distortion with a glitch, if you will. And just instead of trying to hide it, we're going to make it a focal point in the artwork. So that's what we're gonna do today, and I'm not sure how tedious or fun the masking of this is gonna be, so I'm gonna turn back on the House hearing on UFOs, and we're gonna watch that and talk about that while we're laying down this masking tape. So let's get to it. All right, so we're gonna use this tape and this. And thankfully, the distortions themselves come accompanying with some pretty distinctive lines that we can follow. So I don't need to trace anything or anything like that. But I don't know exactly how to do this, so I'm going to fumble through it on camera. I think what we're going to do is come through here.
The chair and ranking member will have 10 minutes for opening remarks. We may both be giving some of those minutes to other members of our party.
We're going to start right on this one.
10 minutes. I'm actually going to try to get out of here in about 4, and then we'll give it to some of my friends over here. Good morning and welcome to the most exciting subcommittee in Congress this week, the Subcommittee on National Security, the Border and Foreign Affairs, for discussion of unidentified anomalous phenomena. I'd like to thank the brave military pilots and personnel, such as
So looks like I can just follow these lines.
Stories on how they've engaged UAPs, which has brought attention to this matter. Curiosity and speculation from all walks of life have generated interest in studying what UAPs are and what threats they may pose. I will say that when I was younger in school, I read a book, a 1966 book called Flying Saucers, Serious Business, and for a while, when I was a little bit younger, I thought it was the most important issue out there. The lack of a transparency regarding UAPs, which was one of the themes.
So here's my idea, is to lay down and follow this line, and then come in with this.
Transparency regarding UAPs has fueled wild speculation and debate for decades, eroding public trust in the very institutions that are meant to serve and protect them, as is evidenced by the large number of people we have here. I also want to point out in 1966, President Gerald Ford claimed to have seen a UFO, and in 1969 in Georgia, Jimmy Carter claimed to have seen a UFO. So this has led Congress to establish entities to examine UAPs. The National Defense Authorization Act of 2022 established the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, or AARO, to conduct or to coordinate efforts across the Department of Defense and other federal agencies to detect, identify, and investigate UAPs. Where AARO's budget remains classified, prohibiting meaningful oversight from Congress. In addition to AARO's efforts, NASA is leading an independent study on UAPs to identify how UAP data is gathered from most.
This is what I'm thinking, and then to go back over again and cut it on the other side and then just have it line up.
Despite these offices being established, there lies a pressing demand for government transparency and accountability that cannot be overlooked, and that's been a problem that's been around for 50 years. The Biden administration handling of the Chinese spy balloon that violated U.S. airspace is one example how the government is not prepared for these. The Biden administration's description of events has shown that the government continues to be forthright. Between the Chinese balloon being shot down and 2 UAPs subsequently shot down following the event earlier this year, the U.S. government spent $1.5 million in taxpayer dollars on missiles. Yet we have seen little clarity from the Biden administration. We must remain transparent.
I'm not really sure. This is supposed to be a partisan effort, and I'm not really sure how much I appreciate, or bipartisan effort, I'm sorry. This dipshit fucking.
UAPs is multifaceted and requires a careful
making it a dig on Biden. I'm not saying I agree with Biden's handling of anything. I'm just, you know, it's just so easy for people to attach fanaticism or other ridiculousness. I don't know what that noise was, so I'm going to try to figure it out. I don't see anything on here. There's no chat.
We can improve government efficiency and openness when it comes to UAPs. I thank each of you for your presence here today and for your dedication to safeguarding the interests of the American people. I look forward to your testimony.
Who knows what that was?
I'm going to turn it over for 2.5
Who curbs?
to Representative Burchett from Tennessee.
All right, a commercial.
Thank y'all for being here.
This guy's actually pretty
I want to
good.
thank everybody for
He doesn't really bring in too much.
I want to remind everybody this is a nonpartisan.
Oh yeah, where I was going with that. You know, it's like
Politics.
we're so, it's so easy for people to, like, when they want to talk about UFOs, just to either say, you know, shit about the X-Files, or, you know, play the music, or I want to believe, or, oh man, you know, like, I love Star Wars, or just some stupid shit like that that has nothing to do with the actual, you know, issue at hand. And even when you start bringing in partisan politics like that, I feel like it has the same effect. It diminishes the need for the UFOs to be taken seriously, and it takes it and puts it in another context where it's just so easy to dismiss it.
Also, would like to enter in. I understand now that this is unclassified and it's public record, but as we all know, that's sometimes difficult for the public to get a hold of. A report, Defense Intelligence reference documents advanced space propulsion based on vacuum, space-time metric engineering. Some light reading for some of our members. Thank you. You know, Mr. Knapp wrote, since 1969, the position our military has been that UFOs pose no threat to national security and are not worthy of further study. I'd say that's the biggest understatement of the decade. He also goes on to talk about the business of that.
So I guess my point is, I really appreciate Congressperson Burchett's candor, like not candor, but consideration and sincerity regarding the topic, because he doesn't really get off track too much unless he's. Oh, he doesn't make that eBay comment, but.
This meeting, so this is huge. This is worldwide. I think we suspect what's going on, but I'd also like to thank the members of Congress who supported our efforts to make this hearing happen. Some have even confided to me that they have UFO sightings of their own. Those members, of course, some of them wish to remain anonymous, and I'll keep it that way. But also, finally, I'd like to thank these three brave officers here. They took an oath. They took an oath to uphold the Constitution of the United States, and that government, they're doing it. And we owe them a debt of gratitude.
Yep, a lot of bravery happening up there.
Y'all quit clapping. You're cutting in on my time. Just kidding. These folks good, got nothing to gain from this, and I think you're going to find out that they've endured quite a few slings and arrows. We need to remember them and their families. And I'm thankful for them for their honest testimonies. They have done interviews and appeared in documentaries like Accidental Truth to get their stories out there. And now they are all here to testify under oath for Congress. It's been so difficult to get here today. In the Baptist Church, we'd say that the devil's in our way. And the devil has been in our way through this thing. We've run into roadblocks with members from the intelligence community, the Pentagon. I proposed legislation to go in the FAA reauthorization that just said if an airline pilot has a sighting, that when he makes that report to the FAA, that it would come to Congress. But I was told that the intelligence community did not like that, and the amendment was not even heard in committee.
Oh, wow.
I think it's time for this country to take back our country. We need to tell the folks who they work for us, and we don't work for them. And that's exactly the point. This is an issue of government transparency. We can't trust a government that does not trust its people. We're not bringing little green men or flying saucers into the country. Sorry to disappoint about half of y'all. We're just going to get to the facts. We're going to uncover the cover-up, and I hope this is just the beginning of many more hearings and more people coming forward about this. And I yield back to the my time. I think to Representative Linda, Mr. Chairman, or something. Yeah, we'll call Ms. Linda for her statement.
Here we go. Something else happening.
People for decades, ingrained in even the minds of our nation's leaders, from Jimmy Carter to Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton to Donald Trump, Marco Rubio to Chuck Schumer, John Radcliffe to National Security Council officials. Yet from Roswell, New Mexico to the coast of Jacksonville, Florida, the sightings of UAPs have rarely been explained by the people who have first-hand accounts of these situations. This is largely due to the lack of transparency by our own government and the failure of our elected leaders to uphold their promises to release explanations and footage and mountains of overclassified documents that continue to be hidden from the American people. This isn't just how I feel. In fact, the American people largely believe that the government has actively covered up the truth about UAPs. One poll in particular found that 68% of Americans believe that the government is hiding information about UAPs and not being honest
That looks
what we know about them.
pretty right on.
The same thing. Another poll found that nearly half of
So,
Americans believe that the federal government is doing
I think that's the way to do it.
somewhat bad job of dealing with UFO sightings.
And we'll take it.
As Representative Burchett just referenced on the FAA bill that just went through, you can tell that that's exactly happening. Considering the thousands of testimonies and videos taken on people's phones and eyewitnesses' accounts made by credible witnesses such as doctors, pilots, scientists, and active duty service members, it is unacceptable to continue to gaslight Americans into thinking that this is not happening or that the potential of intelligent life forms exists other than humans. Even more alarming is the fact that these eyewitnesses are many times service members and have no assurance that their lives will not be negatively impacted or even harmed by their experiences. In being an active duty service member working on an airfield, I've had conversations with many pilots where they were in fear of coming forward for retribution and or being taken off flight status. How do we know this? Because the government has said nothing to assure us otherwise. They've also did nothing to calm the concerns of over 20% of Americans who have reported to have seen UFOs or UAPs. We're simply told not to question the government and that the government has it under control. Today is the first hearing of its kind where we will attempt to get down to the bottom of what is actually happening with UAPs. But we will hear from people who have had personal sightings rather than Pentagon bureaucrats who have always been sent to stonewall our investigations. Just so that the press knows and the people know, we were even denied access to a classified briefing in a skiff prior to this hearing due to the amount of hoops that we had to jump through to grant temporary clearance to witness Grunt, who has knowledge of classified information. It is time to have an open-minded discussion on this topic, to hear the evidence and understand the magnitude of what this means not just for our nation but for humanity. Thank you, Chairman. I yield back the rest of my time.
Thank you very much, and I'd like to thank you and Mr. Burchett for bringing this topic to my attention. Now we'll recognize National Security Subcommittee Ranking Member Garcia for 10 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank first our witnesses for joining us today. I want to begin by thanking you all for your service to our country and for sharing your voices today and your courage to be here as well. To Mr. Graves, particularly grateful that you to spend some time and to share with candor some of your experiences, so I appreciate that as well. I do want to thank all the members of our subcommittee today and also those that are here and waved on for their incredible interest in this issue. Particularly to Congressman Burchett, I know that your leadership has brought us to this place today, and I want to thank you for that, as well as everyone else who's been engaged in this work. I also want to thank the oversight staff, who I know have been working very hard to ensure that today's hearing is serious, that it's transparent, and that it also provides appropriate answers.
You know what the next
body all these demands. Now, it's really
thing is going to happen. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if all of this disappears like a fart in the wind for a few years, you know? Seems like all the UFO, UAP, all that disclosure stuff, it goes up and down and up as it's getting, it's definitely trending up. It's going up, you know? I can't believe this shit got said out loud in front of Congress, like on the record. It just blows my mind.
Partisanship and alternative facts make it too easy to doubt narrative or our institutions. But this hearing will offer the public perspectives, building on years of reporting by both federal agencies and the independent media. Now, some of the earliest reporting on this issue was a groundbreaking 2017 New York Times report.
But like, this has been about a month, right? How long ago was this posted? Doesn't say. It's been about a month since anything like that happened. Maybe longer, maybe 2 months. So I'm kind of wondering when. Maybe we need to wait another month. 3 months for some reason seems like that's when it's going to be.
Now, the sheer number of reports, whistleblowers, and stories of unidentified anomalous phenomena should raise real questions and warrant investigation and oversight. And that's why we are here today. Now, pilots have reported encounters for years. And because of this problem around reporting these incidents, we still don't have a complete picture of actually what's going on, particularly as our witnesses will testify on the civilian side. And that is a real problem that we have today in the country. Now, it's very important that we show that Democrats and Republicans in Congress can come together in a bipartisan way to cut through misinformation and to look at the facts in a serious and thoughtful manner. If we're to advance oversight and public disclosure, we must also gain the broad support of the public.
I can't believe he said the D word.
Faster if there is a broad public support as part of the process. Understand fully that the President is hesitant to share information that could also undermine our national security by revealing information on the capabilities of our own aircraft, our sensors, and other sensitive material. At the same time, many people believe that we're withholding information from them, and that is dangerous also. I believe in openness and transparency.
Okay. So now I think we need to follow it around again. And
now we have infinite sensors, sometimes even multiple types of sensors, detect things that we cannot explain. UAPs, whatever they may be, may pose a serious threat to our military or civilian aircraft, and that must be understood. Now, my career and training as a longtime career educator and teacher and researcher tell me that we
cut it on the other side.
Anything out. We know that our space, of course, is vast and undiscovered. I also want to note that Mr. Sean Kirkpatrick, director of the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, the component of the DoD office that investigates UAP data, has testified before the Senate this year that his unit has found no evidence of extraterrestrial activity. NASA has also stated they don't have evidence of extraterrestrial life either. We've heard this, of course, from some of our government agencies. And we should remind viewers and witnesses that it is really important that we also cannot share classified information in public settings. But questions, of course, remain that people want to see data and information for themselves. The enormous interest in the hearing today underscores the importance of a fair and open look at the evidence from witnesses who can share their unique perspectives. Now, I know I certainly have a lot of questions, and I know that all the members of our committee do as well. We should come to this hearing with an open mind. We should not let our existing ideas restrict us on either side. I hear over and over from many agencies the stigma around reporting and investigating UAPs prevents us from getting real answers. We know that whistleblowers have reported harassment, intimidation, or stigma as well, and this is not acceptable. If people can't report incidents which would have national security or safety implications, then that also has serious consequences for us. As ranking member of this subcommittee, I know my job would be completely impossible if whistleblowers or others feel intimidated to come before this committee. We can't be afraid of asking questions, and we can't be afraid of the truth. I'm proud to say that this hearing builds upon bipartisan work by members of the House and Senate dating many years back, which has sought to increase awareness within the Department of Defense and to mandate more of Congress of UAPs. We know the Senate is taking up an amendment to the Defense Authorization Bill, which will create a commission with broad...
Sorry, y'all, I'm going to have to hold this on my lap.
I should all agree that that is an important step. Members of both parties and senior officials in multiple administrations have taken an interest in this issue, and we're proud to carry and build that confidence in the American people. This hearing will also not be the end of the discussion, but a new chapter and start to years and years of work that many folks, both in the public and within government, have been working on. We should encourage more reporting, not less, on UAPs. The more we understand, the safer we will be. We will hear testimony from witnesses today with a long record of service to the American people and with subject matter expertise. Our witnesses have a unique opportunity to share their perspective, insights, and their experiences with the American people. And I encourage all of my colleagues to engage with these difficult questions with an open mind and to follow the facts.
Looks good. Now, where should we start?
So we just want to say
Here.
look at this hearing on the table as it relates to UAPs. I think an open mind is absolutely necessary. I want to yield 2.5 minutes, the remainder of my time, to the representative from Florida, Representative Moskowitz, for an opening statement. He also has been very much engaged in this issue, and I want to thank him for his leadership. Congressman.
Thank you, Ranking Member Garcia. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Tim Burchett and Anna Paulino Luna for their leadership in pushing this hearing. I want to thank, obviously, committee staff and their staff working on this on a bipartisan basis, because many Americans are deeply interested in this issue, and it shouldn't take the potential of non-human origin to bring us together. Additionally, I want to thank the witnesses for coming forward to share your perspectives, your thoughts,
Yeah, it looks good.
UAPs. Unlike other hearings, many times in Congress,
So we'll do that top and bottom.
political party share information.
I'm not gonna lie to y'all, I'm bored as shit already.
Something that is just going on in this administration, it's spanned many administrations. For decades, many Americans have been fascinated by objects mysterious and unexplained, and it's long past time that they got some answers. The American public has a right to learn about technologies of unknown origins, non-human intelligence, and unexplained phenomena. Those are not the words of a UFO Twitter account. Though that is a direct quote from Majority Leader Chuck Schumer. The American public has a right to learn about technologies of unknown origins, non-human intelligence, and unexplainable phenomena. In an interview with Fox News, recent former Director of National Intelligence Radcliffe confirmed the U.S. government is aware a lot more sightings of UAPs, and that they have not made that information public. I quote, "There are a lot more sightings that have not been made public," Radcliffe said to Fox News. For me, this hearing is about transparency. We unfortunately live in a time in which many people distrust government and our
Instead of
institutions,
cutting
and
them on
overclass
the edge,
the
I
information
should just cut
away
it.
from the American public or even Congress contributes to today's politics. The American people have
Shit.
regular questions. What are UAPs? And the media doesn't report more on them. Are they foreign adversaries? Are they U.S. technology? Are they something else? They ask themselves, how come when a Russian jet shoots flares at one of our drones, we have perfect pictures and videos to show the American people and the world? But when it comes to UAPs, nothing. Of course, we must always protect our national security to maintain our superiority, like when stealth helicopters were only rumored to exist, but were used in the Osama bin Laden raid in 2011. But we can't allow that to be used as a shield to keep the American people completely in the dark from basic truths. The American people deserve to hear more about special access programs. Congress has a right to know if there's any unsanctioned weapons development. Satellite imagery that has not been provided to Congress. Congress created the All-Domain Resolution Office in the NDAA of 2022. In its initial analysis, there are 171 uncharacterized UAP reports, and this is the words of the report, that appear to have demonstrated unusual flight characteristics or performance capabilities. I believe more information is known about the 171 instances. It's time for Congress to reinsert ourselves. I call on our military leaders and intelligence officials to release more information to the American people about UAPs. And to our military leaders, if there's nothing to conceal, let Congress go to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, the Dugway Proving Ground, even Groom Lake in Nevada. We should have disclosure today. We should have disclosure tomorrow. The time has come. Thank you, Ranking Member.
Zero sugar, zero.
That's pretty bold, man. I can't.
Would I be? Now it's sugar free.
Thank you, Mr. Moskowitz, and I will yield back now to our team.
Like,
Right, now I'd like to introduce our witnesses. Our first
so let's just say that everything that is said in this by the people testifying in this
former U.S. Navy F-18 pilot of the zone.
committee, this thing, or that everything that they say is true.
David Grush is a former senior intelligence officer with the National.
I feel like what's a little bit of what's happening here is
He
that
was a senior technical advisor.
this specific committee in Congress is realizing that there's really like
David Fravor,
two realities
the naval aviation
to the United States.
Mr. Fravor has his own
There's the people that know about UFOs, have access to this technology, and I mean, literally, actually endless amounts of money and resources to try to figure it out.
You solemnly swear.
Then there's the dog and pony show that is Congress that might have some, say over certain things, but in reality they're not really important or in control because they don't have anything to do with like with UFOs. Like they don't have anything to do with that. They're just kind of there. So, and I wonder if like that's why this last guy's thing was they're just swearing people in right now. Plus, you all can watch this on YouTube if you want. The guy's saying that like it's time for Congress to reassert themselves. I think that's a big part of where this impetus is coming from. Is that this Congress, this specific iteration of Congress, these people realize that they're not really in control. That they're not the big shots they thought they were by being in Congress, that's all just a farce, just a performance for the American people.
Today, I would like to highlight 3 of our action. As we convene here, UAP are in our airspace, but they are grossly underreported. These sightings are not rare or isolated, they are routine. Military aircrew and commercial pilots, trained observers whose lives depend on accurate identification, are frequently witnessing these phenomena. The stigma attached to UAP is real and powerful and challenges national security. It silences commercial pilots who fear professional repercussions, discourages witnesses, and is only compounded by recent government claims questioning the credibility of eyewitness testimony. Parts of our government are aware of more about UAP than they let on. Excessive classification practices keep crucial information hidden. Since 2021, all UAP videos are classified as secret or above. This level of secrecy not only impedes our understanding, but fuels speculation and mistrust. In 2014, I was an F-18 Foxtrot pilot in the Navy Fighter Attack Squadron 11, the Red Rivers, and I was stationed at NAS Oceana in Virginia Beach. After upgrades were made to our jet's radar system, we began detecting unknown objects operating in our airspace. At first, we assumed they were radar errors, but soon we began to correlate the radar track with multiple onboard sensors, including infrared systems, eventually through visual ID. During a training mission in Warning Area Whiskey 72, 10 miles off the coast of Virginia Beach, 2 F-18 Super Hornets were split by a UAP. The object, described as a dark gray or black cube inside of a clear sphere, came within 50 feet of the lead aircraft and was estimated to be 5 to 15 feet in diameter. The mission commander terminated the flight immediately and returned to base. Our squadron submitted a safety report, but there was no official acknowledgement of the incident and no further mechanism to report the sightings. Soon, it became so frequent that aircrew would discuss the risk of UAP as part of their regular pre-flight briefs. Recognizing the need for action and answers, I founded Americans for Safe Aerospace. The organization has since become a outlet for UAP witnesses who were previously unspoken due to the absence of a safe intake process. More than 30 witnesses have come forward, and almost 5,000 Americans have joined us in the fight for transparency at safeaerospace.org. The majority of witnesses are commercial pilots at majority of major airlines, often veterans with decades of flying experience. Pilots are reporting UAP at altitudes that appear above them at 40,000 feet, potentially in low Earth orbit or in the gray zone below the Kármán line, making inexplicable maneuvers like right-hand turns and other great maneuvers. Sometimes these reports are recurring, with numerous recent sightings north of Hawaii and in the North Atlantic. Other veterans are also coming forward to us regarding UAP encounters in our airspace and oceans. The most compelling involve observations of UAP by multiple witnesses and sensor systems. I believe these accounts are only scratching the surface, and more will share their experiences once it is safe to do so. In closing, I recognize the skepticism surrounding this topic. If everyone could see the sensor and video data I witnessed, our national conversation would change. I urge us to emphasize stigma and address the security and safety issues the topic represents. If UAP are foreign drones, it is an urgent national security problem. If it is something else, it is an issue for science. In either case, unidentified objects are concerned for flight safety. The American people deserve to know what's happening in our skies. It's long overdue. Thank you.
Mr. Rush.
Mr. Chairman, ranking members and colleagues, here. This is an important issue, and I'm grateful for your time. My name is David Charles Grush. I was an intelligence officer for 14 years, both in the U.S. Air Force, both active duty, Air National Guard, and Reserve, at the rank of major, and most recently from 2021 to 2025, or excuse me, 2023, at the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, NGA, at the GS-15 civilian level, which is the military equivalent of full-bird colonel. I was my agency's co-lead in unidentified anomalous phenomena and transmedium object analysis, as well as reporting to the UAP task force, UPTF, and eventually, once it was established, the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office Bureau. I became a whistleblower through a PPE, Emerging Concern filing in May 2022 with the intelligence community and Inspector General. Following concerning reports from multiple esteemed and credentialed current and former military and intelligence community individuals that the U.S. government is operating with secrecy above congressional oversight with regards to UAPs. My testimony is based on information I've been given by individuals with a long-standing track record of legitimacy and service to this country. Also shared compelling evidence in the form of photography, official documentation, and classified oral testimony to myself and many of my various colleagues. I've taken every step I can to corroborate this evidence over a period of 4 years while I was with the UAP Task Force, and do my due diligence on the individual shootings. This is because of these steps, I believe strongly in the importance of bringing this information before you. I am driven by a commitment of both to truth and transparency, rooted in our inherent duty to uphold the United States Constitution and protect the American people. I'm asking Congress to hold our government to this standard and thoroughly investigate these claims. But as I stand here under oath now, I am speaking to the facts as I've been taken. In the U.S. Air Force, in my National Reconnaissance Office, NRO, reservist capacity.
Sorry, y'all. I didn't realize that was supposed to be on camera. I'm scratching
I served at the
bottom of my thigh
the directors
as I'm sitting on this weird pad.
coordination of presidential daily briefing, supporting my contingency operations, which I was the Reserve Intelligence Division Chief back up. In 2019, the UAP Task Force Director asked me to identify all special access programs and controlled access programs, also known as SAPs and CAPs, we needed to satisfy our congressionally mandated mission, and we were direct report at the time to the SACDEF. At the time, due to my extensive executive level intelligence support duties, I was cleared to literally all relevant compartments and in a position of extreme trust, both in my military and civilian capacities. I was informed in the course of my official duties of a multi-decade UAP crash retrieval and reverse engineering program, to which I was denied access to those digital logs when I requested it. I made the decision, based on the data I collected, to report this information to my superiors and multiple inspectors general, and in effect becoming a whistleblower. As you know, I've suffered retaliation for my decision, but I am hopeful that my actions will ultimately lead to a positive outcome of increased transparency. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer your questions.
Thank you. Commander Fravor?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Congressman and Congresswoman. I want to first thank you for the invitation to speak to the committee on the UAP topic that's been in the news for the past 6 years and seems to be continuing.
All right.
As you know, my name is David Fravor. I'm a retired commander.
Okay, we're going to have to go in there and
2004, I was a commanding officer of Strike Fighter Squadron 41.
really touch it up before.
11 stationed up on the USS Stevenson and begun a 2-month workout cycle on the coast of California. On this day, we were scheduled for a 2v2 air training with the USS Princeton as our control. When we launched off noon, my wingman was joining out. We were told that the training was going to be suspended and we were going to proceed with real-world tasking. As we proceeded to the west, the air controller was counting down the range to an object that we were going to, and we were unaware of what we were going to see when we arrived. The controller told us that these objects had been observed for over 2 weeks, coming down from over 80,000 feet, rapidly descending to 20,000 feet, hanging out for hours, and then going straight back up. For those not realized, about 80,000 feet in space. We arrived at the location at approximately 20,000 feet, and the controller called merge cloud, which means that our radar blip was now the same resolution cell as the contact. As we looked around, we noticed that we saw some white water off our right side. It's important to note that the weather on this day was as close to perfect as you could ask for off the coast of San Diego. Clear skies, light winds, calm seas, no white caps from waves. So the white water stood out in the large blue ocean. All four of us, because we were F-18Fs, so we had pilots and Winslow in the back seat, looked down a small, solid white tic-tac object with a longitudinal axis pointing north-south and moving very abruptly over the water, like a hollow ball. There were no rotors, no rotor wash, or any sign of visible control surfaces like wings. As we started clockwise towards the object, my Winslow and I decided to go down and take a closer look at the aircraft staying in line cover to observe both us and the tic-tac. We proceeded around the circle about 90 degrees from the start of our descent, and the object suddenly shifted its longitudinal axis, aligned it with my aircraft, and began to climb. We continued down another 270 degrees, nose low, where the tic-tac, or 270 degrees, and we went nose low where the tic-tac would have been. Our altitude at this point was about 15,000 feet, and the tic-tac was about 12,000. As we pulled nose out of the object, within about a half mile of it, it rapidly accelerated in front of us and disappeared. Our wingman, roughly 8,000 feet above us, lost contact also. We immediately turned back to see where the white water was at, and it was gone also. So as we started to turn back towards the east, the controller came up and said, "Sir, you're not going to believe this, but that thing is at your cap point, roughly 60 miles away in less than a minute. You can calculate the speed." We returned to Nimitz. We were taking off our gear. We were talking to one of my crews who was getting ready to launch. We mentioned it to them. And they went out and luckily got the video that you see, that 90-second video. What you don't see is the radar tape. It was never released, and we don't know where it's at. The active jamming that the object put on an APG-73 radar. And I can get into modes later if you're interested. What's shocking to us is that the incident was never investigated. None of my crew were ever questioned. Tapes were never taken, and after a couple days, it turned into a great story with friends. It wasn't until 2009 until Jay Stratton contacted me to investigate. Unbeknownst to all, he was part of the ATIP program in the Pentagon led by Lou Elizondo. And there was an official report that came out that's now on the internet. Years later, I was contacted by the other pilot, Alex Dietrich, and asked if I'd been contacted. I said no, but I'm willing to talk. I was contacted by Mr. Elizondo, and we talked for a short period of time. He said we would be in contact. A few weeks after that, I was made aware that Lou had left the Pentagon in protest and joined forces with Tom DeLong, Chris Bell, and Steve Justice and others to form Two Stars Academy, an organization that pressed the issue with leading industry experts and U.S. government officials. They worked with Leslie Keane, who's present today, Rob Blumenthal, and Helene Cooper to post the articles in the New York Times 2017 New York Times. And it removed the stigma on the topic of UFOs, which is why we're here today. Those articles opened the door for the government and public that cannot be closed. It has led to an interest from our elected officials who are not focused on little green men, but figuring out where these craft are, where they're from, the technology they possess, how they operate. It also led to the Whistleblower Protection Act and the NDAA. There are multiple witnesses coming forward to say that have firsthand knowledge, and Mr. Brush just covered that. What concerns me is that there's no oversight from our elected officials on anything associated with our government processing or working on the craft. Believe it or not, from this world. This issue is not a full public disclosure that could undermine national security, but it is about ensuring that our system of checks and balances works across all work done in the government using taxpayer funds. Relative to even unacknowledged wave programs have some level of oversight by the appropriate committee members in the House and Senate, and this work that is said to be occurring from whistleblower testimonies should not be exempt. In closing, I would like to say that the Tic-Tac object we engaged in 2004 was far superior to anything that we had on time, have today, or develop in the next 10 years. If we in fact have programs that possess this technology, it needs to have oversight from those people that the citizens of this great country elected in office to represent what is best for the United States and best for the citizens. I thank you for your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I know it's very difficult for all of you, all you've done in the past, to try to illuminate this issue. Calling myself first for some questions. I'm going to start with Mr. Graves. Are your pilots or pilots that you interact with as part of your organization, do you feel adequately trained and briefed on how to handle encounters with UAPs?
No. Right now, military witnesses to UAP have limited options for reporting UAP. But more concerning is that commercial aviation sector has not adapted to the lessons that the military has implemented. The military and Department of Defense has stated that UAP represent a critical aviation safety risk. We have not seen that same language being used in the commercial markets. They are not acknowledging this risk.
Okay, what steps do you think have to be taken to improve pilots' UAP reporting in military or commercial?
Right now, we have a system where pilots can report without fear of losing their jobs. There's a fear that the stigma associated with this topic is going to lead to professional repercussions, either through management or perhaps through their yearly physical check. So, a secure system, reducing the stigma, and making this information available through the public is going to reduce the concerns that airmen have.
Could you just give me a little idea of the degree to which reports in the past are not made public right now?
Well, I don't think there has been a proper reporting system to gather those reports and thus not report them. So to answer your question, I think there is a dearth of data due to the fact that the reporting has been limited up to this time.
Could you tell me why you believe
That's
devil's advocate, a reason why some of this stuff should not be available to the public?
There's certainly
There it
some
is.
security concerns when we use our advanced sensors in our tactical jets to be able to identify these objects. However, there's no reason that the objects themselves would be classified. I would be curious to see how the security classification guideline actually spells out the different nuances of how this topic is classified from the perspective of UAP for national security.
I'll give you a follow-up on that. Assuming that there are reasons why not all this should be made public, this has been around for a long period of time. Can any of the three think of any reason why anything related to UAPs, say 15 years and back, should not be immediately made public?
I think one of it is acknowledging vulnerability, both from a collection and I'll just say a countermeasure perspective. So it's that we haven't cracked for many years. Yeah.
Even say 20 years back, is there any reason why when you go back that far things shouldn't be made public?
Unless it shows a specific national security vulnerability as it relates to a weakness in a particular defense system.
Okay, Mr. Fravor, the TikTok incident that you were engaged occurred in 2004. What kind of reporting took place after that incident?
Then we had a standard debrief where the backseaters went down to our carrier intel center and briefed what had happened, and that was it. No one else talked to us, and I was in the top 20 in the battle group. No one came. The captain was aware, the admiral was aware, nothing was done.
Your commanding officers provide any sort of justification?
No, because I wasn't commanding officer of the squadron, so no.
Was this incident the only UAP event that you encountered while you were a pilot?
Yes, it was.
Okay. This is for anyone of you. Based off of each of your experiences and observations, do you believe UAPs pose a potential threat to our national security?
Yes, and here's why. The technology that we faced was far superior than anything that we had, and you could put that anywhere. If you had one, you captured one, you reverse engineered it, you got it to work. You're talking something that can go into space, go someplace, drop down in a matter of seconds, do whatever it wants, and leave. And there's nothing we can do about it. Nothing.
Okay.
I would also like to add, from a commercial aviation and military aviation perspective, we deal with uncertainty in our operating space as a matter of our professional actions. Identifying friend from foe is very important to us. And so when we have unidentified targets and we continue to ignore those due to a stigma or a fear of what it could be, that's an opening that our adversaries can take advantage of.
What steps should we take to better understand and respond to UAP encounters in the interest of national security?
There needs to be a location where information is centralized and processing, and there needs to be a two-way communication loop so that operators on the front end have a feedback and can get best practices in how to process information, what to do, and to ensure that their reporting is being listened to. Right now, there is not a lot of back and forth.
Mr. Grush, in your complaint to the Intelligence Community Inspector General, you claim that you believe information is being hidden. What kind of information do you think was hidden, and do you think it should remain hidden?
Yes, I can speak to that very briefly in an unclassified manner. As you know, the preponderance of my complaint was classified with intelligence communities. Both material acquisition and exploitation activity, also baselining the UAPs but not sharing it with the intelligence professionals that are actually doing step briefs to pilots, that kind of information. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we'll go to Mr. Garcia.
Thank you. Again, thank you all for your service and for testifying today. Want to just talk about UAPs as it relates to what we're seeing with pilots' interaction with UAPs. Particularly, Mr. Graves, one of the concerns from members of this committee is this idea that pilots have a system that actually report UAPs and the stigma around pilots. And so, can you just briefly, you mentioned that you're working with 30 pilots right now that have had encounters with UAPs, but you've also, I believe, discussed and know of many more pilots. This is just those that you're currently working with. Is that correct? Can you expand on that?
Certainly, I'll break that down in two ways. First, we were first experiencing these objects on the eastern seaboard in the 2014-2015 time period. Anyone that had upgraded their radar systems were seeing these objects. There was a large number of my colleagues that were detecting these objects on the eastern seaboard. They were further correlating that information with the other onboard sensors, and many of them also had their own sightings as well of these objects. Now, that was our personal first-hand experience at the time. Since then, as I've engaged this topic, others have reached out to me to share their experiences both on the military side as well as the commercial aviation side. On the military aviation side, veterans that have recently got out have shared their stories and have expressed how the objects we were seeing in 2014, 2015 continued all the way to 2019, 2020, and beyond. And so it became a generational issue for naval aviators on the eastern seaboard. This was something we were briefing to new students. This is something that was included in the notice to airmen to ensure that there was no accidents. And now with commercial aviators, they're reaching out because they're having somewhat similar experiences as our military brothers and sisters, but they do not have any reporting system that they can send us to.
And let me just add to
We're going to start.
Mr. Fravor, as well as Mr. Graves, not having this system for reporting, would you both agree that it's harmful to not just our national security interests, but to understand this phenomenon that's happening with UAPs?
I think it's actually a travesty that we don't have a system to correlate this and actually investigate. So if you took the East Coast, there's coastal radars out there that monitor our air defense identification zone, so up to 200 miles. They can track these, so when you see them, they can actually go and pull that data and get maneuvering. And instead of just having the airplanes, there's other data sources out there. And I've talked to other government officials on this. So you need a centrally located repository that these reports go to. So if you just stuck it in DOD, you wouldn't get anything out of the Intelligence Committee because they have a tendency to not to talk. But if you got a central location where these reports are coming, not just military, but also commercial aviation, because there's a lot of that going on, especially if you talk to anyone that flies from here to Hawaii or the Pacific, they see odd lights. So I think you need to develop something that allows you a central point to collect the data in order to investigate.
Mr. Graves?
I would concur with everything Mr. Fravor said. I'll continue to say that the commercial pilots that have reached out to me through Americans for Safe Aerospace are doing so because they don't feel there's another way for them to report this safety issue.
And I think one of the clear outcomes of this hearing already is that there has to be a safe and transparent reporting process for pilots, both on the commercial side and the military side, to be able to report UAPs in a way that's also transparent, but also understands the scope of our national security interests and what may be classified or not. But I think there has to be some sort of system. So that's something that I hope can be an outcome that this committee can work on. Is there anything else, for just for the two of you briefly, beyond this reporting system that you think that we can do as the government to encourage and facilitate more civilian reporting?
We're doing it right now.
Okay,
I
great.
think this hearing is going to show the American people that their government takes this topic seriously.
And how about civilians that may not be pilots? What kind of process could be in place for civilians who are not pilots, who may have UAP encounters? Do either of you have any suggestions that could facilitate that?
My recommendations would be to make that a sensor-centric operation in order to make it as objective as possible.
Okay. Sir, Mr. Fravor?
I agree with Mr. Graves on that.
Okay. Just briefly, I also just want to note, particularly for the 2000 other question from Mr. Grush, one of the things that I found fascinating in our discussion with Mr. Graves last night as well is that you both described UAPs and formations and the way they are observed in space or in our air, and the way that they move is essentially ways in which current technology or aircraft that we know of are not able to actually function or move. And so will you just, for the public record, again, once again, just briefly either describe or note that aircraft that we witnessed, particularly by the 30 folks that you're working with, are essentially outside the scope of anything that we know of today, the technology we have today. Mr. Graves, Mr. Fraper?
Yes, the objects that are being seen by commercial pilots are performing maneuvers that are unexplainable due to our current understanding of our technology and our capabilities as a country. And that applies for the military as well.
Mr. Fraper?
Yeah, I concur with that. We have nothing that can stop in midair and go the other direction, nor do we have anything that can, like in our situation, come down from space, hang out for 3 hours, and go back up.
Thank you. My last question, and sometimes I know you have also said some of these answers in the past, but we're trying to get them on the public record as well, which is really important. Mr. Brush, finally, do you believe that our government is in possession of UAPs?
Absolutely, based on interviewing over 40 witnesses over 4 years.
And where?
Take it all!
When you want junk to disappear, all you have to do is point.
I know the exact locations, and those locations were provided to the Inspector General and some of which to the intelligence committees. I actually had the people with the first-hand knowledge provide a protected disclosure to the Inspector General.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, I would just say that I think that these questions are important questions, and I look forward to being involved in the process to get those answered. I know there'll be a lot of other members, so I'll move back.
Thank you. We'll go to Mr. Richard himself. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Garcia. I would like to have you on the legislation to do just that, on the reporting. And we'll get together on that. Maybe you can be my co-sponsor on that. Thank you. Great question. Mr. Graves, again, I'd like to know, how do you know that these were not aircraft?
Through the behaviors that we saw in our working area, we would see these objects being at 0.0 Mach, that's 0 airspeed, over certain pieces of the ground. So what that means, just like a river, if you throw a bobber in, it's going to flow downstream. These objects were staying completely stationary in Category 4 hurricane winds. These same objects would then accelerate to supersonic speed, 1.1, 1.2 Mach, and they would do so in very erratic and quick behaviors that I don't have an explanation for.
Okay. Have you spoken to commercial and military pilots that have seen these all over the East Coast?
I have.
Okay, I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna go grab the super glue real quick.
I noticed that Tic Tac video, it's Tic Tac like the candy, not TikTok like the Chinese communist act.
That's correct.
Yes, sir. I just want to make that because my daughter corrected me on that and called me a boomer. It's hey boomer, and I said no, baby, it's Tic Tac like the candy. You got it. And but now I would also like to say today is a day of many firsts.
Yeah.
It's a miracle that we're having this meeting, and it's also a miracle that my wife has put up with me for 9 years today. Today is my anniversary, so I want to tell my wife happy anniversary, and that I love her very much.
Just gonna see if this.
As she likes to say, this 9 years have been the best 2 years of her life. So, thank you. Mr. Faber, what astonished you the most about the flight capabilities of these Tic Tac, very briefly?
The performance. Absolute performance. It was.
And you're not aware of any other objects that anybody in the world has, in this world, that has those capabilities?
No, I think it's far beyond actually our material science that we currently possess.
Are you aware of any other reconnaissance platforms that track or recorded the Tic Tac's maneuvers, maybe the NORAD system?
I am not.
Mr. Grush, thank you for being here, brother. Thank you all very much. Have you faced any retaliation or reprisals for any of your testimony or anything on these lines?
Yeah, I have to be careful what I say in detail because there is an open whistleblower reprisal investigation on my behalf. I don't want to compromise that investigation by providing anything that may help provide somebody information. But it was very brutal and very unfortunate, some of the tactics they used to hurt me both professionally and personally, to be quite frank. You know.
It's very unfortunate, as they say, when you're off the target, that's when they do the most firing at you. Do you have any personal knowledge of people who have been harmed or injured in efforts to cover up or conceal these extraterrestrial technology?
Yes. Personally.
Have you heard anyone been murdered that you would think that you know of or heard of, I guess?
I have to be careful asking that question. I directed people with that knowledge to the appropriate
skiff, we could talk about that. But unfortunately, we were denied access to the skiff, and that's very unfortunate in this scenario. Mr. Faber, do you believe that you witnessed an additional object in the water in relation to your encounter?
I'll say we did not see an object. There was something there to cause the whitewater, and when we turned around, it was gone. So there was something there that obviously moved.
Okay, it was not the same object though that you were looking at, correct?
No, we actually joked that the Tic Tac was communicating with something when we came back, and because the whitewater disappeared.
We were in another instance. We're told about the capabilities of a jamming during viewing of when there were some people chasing some of these objects. Did you experience any of that jamming or interrupting your radar or weapons system?
My crew that launched after we landed experienced significant jamming to the APG-73 radar, which was what we had on board, which is a mechanically scanned, very high-end system prior to the APG-79. And yes, it did pretty much everything you could do: range, velocity, aspect, and then it hit the lock, and the targeting pod is passive. That's what we're going to get to leave on.
I'm about to run out of time, but are you aware of any of our enemies that have that capability? Okay, I would also like to note for the record that, like George Knapp, ranking Area 51, he's the reason I knew about that. And the reason I know about the Tic Tacs is Leslie Keene from New York Times article, and I would encourage everybody to read that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yield back to you for no time. Very good. Mr. Raskin?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Graves, you reported UAP encounters during training flights, I think, and have since come forward to warn the Pentagon that these encounters may be putting pilots at risk. My first question is, you've identified these as on the East Coast. Is it just on the East Coast?
Y'all, for some reason,
Have been reported?
No, since the events initially occurred, I've learned that the objects have been detected essentially where all operations, Navy operations are being.
this isn't working.
And that's from the information only received office reporting.
All right, can you describe your experience after you decided to come forward and go public?
That sucks.
Your experience.
Certainly. Like many others, 2017, I saw the New York Times article come out as well. And for me, it was special because I recognized the voices on the video. I recognized the video itself. I had seen it when it was taken to see it when it was debriefed. And so that was kind of shook me because I realized that this problem was still ongoing. And so I reached out to colleagues back on the East Coast and realized that this was still a safety risk that they were dealing with, that they had essentially hit a wall with how they could move forward on this conversation. It was at that point when I decided to try to move the conversation forward myself.
Are there common characteristics to the UAPs that have been cited by different pilots, and can you describe what the convergence of descriptions is?
Certainly. We were primarily seeing dark gray or black cubes inside of a clear sphere.
I'm sorry, dark gray, black cubes.
Yes, inside of a clear sphere, where the apex or tips of the cube were touching the inside of that sphere. And that was primarily what was being reported when we were able to gain a visual tally of these objects. And that occurred over almost 8 years. And as far as I know, it's still occurring.
Ooh, I just had deja vu.
You're arguing what we need is real transparency in our
Okay.
system so we can get some clarity on what's going on.
I'm going to jujule something real quick.
We should have a way of developing a systematic inventory of all of such encounters. Is that right?
Yes, and I think we need both transparency and the reporting. We have the reporting, but we need to make sure that information can be propagated to commercial aviation as well as the rest of the populace.
Mr. Grush, what about you? What was your experience after you came forward?
Well, it's only been about 2 months or so I guess my experience has been overwhelming support from former colleagues of mine that have privately messaged me, and I do appreciate that. But I do have knowledge of active planned reprisal activity against myself and other colleagues, and it's very, very upsetting to me.
Coming from where?
Certain senior leadership at previous agencies I was associated with. And that's all I'll say publicly, but I can provide more details in a closed environment.
Okay. Well, I hope you understand that there would be bipartisan rejection of any attempt to vilify, demonize, or engage in other reprisals against our witnesses and people who are telling the truth from their perspective.
Yeah, there were certain colleagues of mine that were brutally administratively attacked. And it actually makes me very upset as a leader to see that happen to other coworkers and actually superiors of mine over the last 3 years.
How do you account for that response? It seems like a bizarre response.
I call it administrative terrorism. That's their quiver. That's what the toolbox to silence people, especially the career government service cares about their career, cares about their clearance, their reputation, to climb the ladder, and when you threaten that flow career path, a lot of people back off. But I'm here to represent those people. So.
Mr. Fravor, what about you?
It's just not sticking.
Been since you come forward with your perspective on this?
Actually, I've been treated very well. And the 6 people that were involved, myself included, all of them have or will be retiring from the military as 05s or 06s. And all my friends that are very senior 4-stars, I've talked to them, they understand the job, but no, I was actually treated really well.
And what is your general interpretation these phenomena, or what is your trying to make sense of them?
Well, I'll say, I'm not like a UFO fanatic. It's not me. But I will tell you that what we saw with 4 sets of eyes over a 5-minute period, still, there's nothing close to it. It was amazing to see. I told my buddy I wanted to fly it, but yeah, it's just an incredible technology.
Okay, this just kind of stopped me dead in my tracks. I don't know why. We've got plenty of other stuff to do.
Mr. Grush, in speaking to you,
So we're going to do it.
I just wanted to follow up on Nebraska's questions.
Knock this guy out.
Instances that have caused you to be in fear for your life for addressing these issues.
Yes, personally.
I just want everyone to note that he's coming forward in fear of his life. To put in perspective, if they were really not scared about this information coming out, why would someone be intimidated like that? To your knowledge, are NHIs working with adversarial foreign governments in either technology exchange programs or back engineering programs?
I don't have data on that. I'm not sure.
Have you heard or you had people come forward to present that evidence?
Not that particular evidence that you just espoused.
Okay, on the 19th of April, Dr. Kirkpatrick, head of Aero, had said that he did not find any evidence of you. He also stated that you had, in your interview, that you briefed him on information you were uncovering, but that he did not follow up with you. What items did you divulge to him pertinent to national security?
Yes, we had a classified conversation in April 2022 before we took the in July 2022.
Do you know why he might not have followed up with you?
I cannot reach mine. She did. I was happy to give on where
And then my next question for you before I move to Mr. Graves is you received prior approval from the Defense Department to speak on certain issues, correct?
correct through DOPSR, DoD Crew Publication and Security Review, and I just want to remind they're just looking from a security perspective. These are my own personal views and opinions of the department.
I'm asking that though mainly because I think that there are many people that would like to discredit you, so it does bring a certain amount of credibility.
As a intelligence officer,
We don't want you to go to jail. My next question would actually be for Mr. Graves. Can you please explain to me in detail the event that occurred at Vandenberg Air Force Base?
Certainly. In the 2004, a large government contractor near one of the launch facilities at Vandenberg Air Force Base, when they observed a very large 100-yard square approach the base from the ocean and hover at an altitude overwhelming line. This object remained for about 45 seconds or so before we had a similar event within 24 hours over what they've described. This object is and I have not seen anything personally.
Okay, and then the gimbal video go fast incident. Can you just clarify, because to our understanding, footage was out at that point, but what happens at the end of that video, just for those Americans specifically that are wanting to know about the rest of that footage?
Certainly, there was some uncertainty or instability with the object.
Procedures that Mr. Garcia had addressed on, as well as Representative Burchett. With the FAA, to your understanding, pilots commercial airlines, are they receiving assistance letters from corporations for coming forward with information in regards to safety?
I have been privy to conversations with commercial aviators who have received.
So the American public should know that corporations are putting their own reputations on the, basically not the line, but ahead of the safety and I guess this would be my last book of my time.
Mr. Bunsen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gentlemen, let's talk about the laws of physics for a second. Mr. Graves, when those objects broke the sound barrier, did they make a sonic boom?
I don't think they did. Hear anything in there.
Yeah, you're not able to actually personally tell within the vehicle. I will say this object that we were seeing was spherical, and they were observed up to Mach 2, which is a very non-aerodynamic shape.
What about G-forces? Let's talk about G-forces. Could humans survive those G-forces with known technology today?
Not for the acceleration, that's the answer.
Okay. What about what they look like? How close did you get? Did you see a seam or a rivet or a section? And what I mean is, obviously, the jets you're flying have all those things that these objects have.
I didn't have the detailed data of that.
So we got about a half mile at SIGTAG, which people say that's pretty far, but in airplane that's actually relatively close. No, it's perfectly white, smooth, no windows, although when we take the original FLIR video that is out there, when you put it on a big screen, it actually had two little objects that came out of the bottom of it. But other than that, no windows, no seams, no nothing.
Mr. Brush, as a result of your previous government work, you've met with people with direct knowledge or have direct knowledge yourself of non-human origin craft.
Yes, I personally interviewed those individuals.
Mr. Brush, as a result of your previous government work, have you met with people with direct knowledge or have direct knowledge yourself about ATs, advanced technologies that the U.S. government has?
Based on conventional advanced tech, I was briefed to the preponderance of the Defense Department's both space and aerospace department programs. Yeah.
Do you have knowledge or do you have reason to believe that there are programs in the advanced tech space that are unsanctioned?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Yeah. And when you say that they're above congressional oversight, what do you mean?
Complicated question. So there's some, I would call it abuse here. So congressional oversight of conventional defense or special access programs that use 10, so DOD as an example, right? So 10 U.S. Code Section 19 discusses congressional oversight SACs, discusses the defense waive congressional reporting. However, the gang debate is at least supposed to be notified if waived or evaded, knowledge SACs, public law.
So then how does, I don't want to pitch you off, but how does a program like that get funded?
I will give you generalities. I can get very specific in a closed session, but misappropriation of funds and
Does that mean that there is money in the budget that is set to go to a program, but it doesn't, it goes to something else?
Yes, that's specific knowledge of that.
Do you think U.S. corporations are overcharging for certain tech they're selling to the U.S. government, and that additional money is going to programs?
Correct. There's something called IRAD.
Okay. Satellite imagery. Let's talk about satellite imagery. We have satellites all over the place, some that we're aware of and many that we're not aware of, right? We're taking pictures of everything at every point and second. Mr. Grush, are you aware Do you have direct knowledge, or have you talked to people with direct knowledge, that there are satellite imagery of these events?
That was one of my primary tasks at NGA, since we process, exploit, and disseminate that kind of information. I've seen multiple cases, some of which, to my understanding of this, I left NGA in April, so that's my information cutoff date. But I personally reviewed both what we call overhead collection and from other strategic and tactical platforms that were, I could not even explain prosaically. And actually read physics model as well. And I'm aware that you guys have not seen these reports, unfortunately, and I don't know why.
Is direct knowledge, you've spoken to people with direct knowledge that this imagery applies to crash sites, crash imagery?
I can't discuss that in an open session.
Okay. Do you have any information that the U.S. government is involved in a disinformation campaign to deny the existence of certain UAPs?
I can't go beyond what I've already stated publicly in my News Nation interview, because it touches other stuff.
Okay. I'll yield the balance of my time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Fox?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank our witnesses for being here today. Mr. Burge, in your sworn testimony, you state that the United States government has retrieved supposedly extraterrestrial spacecraft and other UAP-related artifacts. You go so far as to state that the U.S. is in possession of, quote, non-human spacecraft, end quote, and that some of these artifacts have circulated with defense contractors. Several other former military and intelligence officials have come forward with similar allegations, albeit in non-public settings. However, Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick, the director of AARO, previously testified before Congress that there has been, and I quote, no credible evidence thus far of extraterrestrial activity or of, quote, off-world technology brought to the attention of the office. To your knowledge, is that statement correct?
It's not accurate. I believe Dr. Kirkpatrick mentioned he had about 30 individuals that have come to Arrow thus far. A few of those individuals have also come to Arrow that I also interviewed, and I know what they provided Dr. Kirkpatrick and their team.
Okay.
I was able to evaluate.
Okay, I appreciate you to go on.
Sure.
But my understanding that his statement is accurate, came from a direct quote. And this contradiction is a perfect example of why we need to inject transparency into our government. And for another example, look no further than the pitiful response to the Chinese spy balloon debacle earlier this year. You may remember the mass confusion that ensued when the balloon was first spotted over Montana, 4 days after it first entered U.S. airspace over Alaska. The Biden administration's initial inability to address the object grew into a continuous series of embarrassments. After news of the balloon reached the mainstream media, we were assured that the balloon posed no threat to our security. However, after the balloon was allowed to transit the entire continental United States, fighter jets were scrambled off the coast of South Carolina to shoot it down.
Yeah.
Flip-flopping and obfuscation caused needless confusion, fear, and panic across the country. It's my hope, Mr. Chairman, that this sort of confusion will not be repeated. We should investigate the extent to which elements of our government possess or do not possess information that is of critical value to the American people. We owe it to the citizens of this nation to make
God, this fucking boomer talking right here.
and accountable. We must
Taking this chance, just nothing but political pot shots. You know, they just said they were like, we got to take every opportunity to make sure that we're being transparent. Well, that's what this entire hearing is about.
This is quite simple. Just one single drop virtually floats itself to the surface and can easily
Love how easy that comes out with this support rework.
In 2022, NASA announced that it commissioned an independent study team to examine UAPs. The NASA team is comprised of scientists across different fields, as well as former astronauts and pilots. In May, the independent study team held at its first public meeting, which included the perspectives of NASA senior leaders, as well as perspectives from the Department of Defense and intelligence agencies. The NASA study team is also expected to release its first report pretty soon, and I think it's safe to say that we all eagerly await its results. Mr. Graves, how might NASA's research influence the commercial industry regarding safety in UAP?
I think NASA has commercial aviation safety, and that's one of their original charges as an organization. One of the recommendations that have been put forward is to utilize their existing aviation safety reporting system to serve as a short-term fill and trusted platform for pilots that want to report on UAP. It also has built-in analytics capability and is funded by Congress.
And also, Mr. Graves, are there any other industries that may be influenced by the NASA research on UAPs? And if so, how so?
Well, I think there is a large swath of commercial capabilities that can be brought to bear on this topic, space-based or ground-based sensor systems that are available open source in commercial marketplaces. And I think NASA's work as to identify and highlight specific parameters that can be found communicate this to the public sector so that we can have more open conversations about what we're seeing.
In 2020, the Department of Defense released several videos of UAPs, including Mr. Brayer's experience, U.S. Navy pilots that reported footage. In 2021, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence released a preliminary report on UAP events. NASA Administrator Bill Nelson stated that NASA would begin investigating these events. In fact, I saw on Science, Space, and Technology Committee, and for Administrator Bill Nelson, I asked why NASA needed to be fully funded, and there were many reasons, but one of them was actually had to do with UAPs. He mentioned, is and so either way, these actions ultimately led NASA to assemble the independent study team that I mentioned earlier. Also, in 2021, Harvard University stood up the Galileo project to research and examine the origins of UAP. So it seems like both NASA and the higher education community, because of the work done, people say, I think we're seeing some of that stigma.
Little fist.
Slowly going away. Prayer, do you believe that military pilots feel empowered to share their UAP experiences has impacted scientific communities' research goals on this?
I would say yes. I would say that starting in 2017, when it actually came out, it took that stigma away. I mean, I've talked to multiple senators who said prior to that, if you'd have mentioned UAP, you'd have been laughed off the hill. And now we're sitting here today for a public testimony on what's actually going on. I'm hoping that this curve will be more of an exponential and will get more and more transparent to the level that we need.
Yeah, it's important. I couldn't imagine, I'm not a pilot, but I used to fly gliders, to Weather Patrol. Pilot, and so either way, I couldn't imagine, being in the glider and seeing something, and then not feeling like I have agency to talk about it. Mr. Graves, can you discuss the importance of seeking science on your advisory board?
Absolutely. I think ultimately this is going to be a scientific problem. And not only that, it's also an engineering problem. I've been working with the American Institute of Aeronautics and Astronautics to help them stand up a UAP integration committee to help integrate their engineering prowess into this problem. And so, yes, very much, I think this is an engineering and scientific problem as well as a national security problem.
And how might Congress help to facilitate partnerships between the scientific community and the UAP focus groups within government?
Well, I think one of the things they can do is to have these types of hearings to communicate to the public that this is a topic of interest. I think that there is a pseudo market, if you will, of engineering capabilities and talent that want to approach.
Okay, looks like I accidentally messed that up. That's okay, we'll send that down. All right, y'all. My back is getting sore from sitting in this thing, and I'm getting really frustrated. Before I do too much more, I want to figure out how to mask these prints. So I'm going to go think about it. Might be back on later today, most likely tomorrow. And we'll continue these little brief studio times until we make the move to our new streaming platform. So have a great Saturday. Talk to y'all soon. Hey, everybody. Hope you're doing well. Look who has returned, huh? Right here. We got the Yerd Cam back. He chose a really interesting and disgusting place to nap. So he's back on the first floor where the studio's at. Hope everyone's doing well. We're gonna just hop right into it today. Not sure how long we'll be streaming, but hopefully, we'll get some things accomplished. Have some updates about what we're gonna do. So this is what happened to the masking we did last time. As you can see, I waited way too long to actually utilize the masking. So what we've got ready to go right now are the painting supplies that we need, and we're just going to go ahead and redo the masking sections and then go ahead and paint so that when it eventually and inevitably delaminates itself from the model, it won't matter, right? We've already got the job done. So we're going to try to knock those two pieces out today. Any other time we have left, we're going to find some other stuff to do. Yeah, so let's get going. I've got my headphones in and listening to music. It's low though, so anybody that sends an alert or a text chat, I'll be able to hear what you got going on, what you want to say. So feeling a little strange today, so I'm probably not going to be doing too much talking. Sometimes everybody goes through those little to ourself days. So hit me up if you want to say anything. I just found out about tulpas. Tulpas. Tulpa. So if you want to talk about that, we can have both of our minds' dicks blown at the same time. But I'm not really ready to just on my own venture out with it on the chat. Still talking to friends about it. So yeah, hit me up if you want to talk. I'm going to do our usual who's seen a UFO prompt here. So. All right, here we go. Where's the other? Oh, yeah, no, I tried to put it back where it was off camera, like off stream, and it's just too catawampus at this point to actually be a reliable guide for the masking, so we're just going to redo it. Kind of sucks we had to waste all this tape, but in the grand scheme of things, it really isn't that much, but any waste is too much waste, you know what I'm saying? Okay, we can do this. Okay. Where are you going, bub? Of course, as soon as he makes his return, he gets camera shy. Okay. All right, let me go see if I can find him. I'll be right back. Well, bad news. Jurgen has recused himself to the upstairs, so the Jurgen camera is once again not on. If he comes back down, we'll turn it back on. Well, shit, I don't blame him considering he was sleeping on a fucking doormat, literally. Alright, here we go. Oh, we're going to go back over it again and cut from the other side. That way we can follow the perimeter that we want with the edge. I'm just hoping we can get all these to stay in time for us to not have to really. Man, there's this boomer I'm listening to right now on Coast to Coast. It's got the Dieter Mert Jurgen mug. Ha! Dieter Mert Jurgen mug. Love me some DD. Ooh. Be careful of that spot. Okay. There's a couple places that I'm a little nervous about where the masking doesn't quite cover it, but you know what? We don't have time. I'm worried about it peeling off. So I'm gonna start on the next layer and then just apply the paint, and I'm gonna go back in and like kind of gussy up the paint as we need to. So. Man, I'm really not a fan of Windows. I don't like it. See, look at that. This one's already coming off. I wonder what's going on here. The moral of this story is finish your work. Take advantage of the time. Strike while the iron is hot, as they say. I kind of prefer be like the hawk. The hawk knows when it's time to strike. Spends its day soaring on the air. And then, bam! We should all be like the hawk. We should all be hawks. those things? Hurricanes, sorry. In my own head, thing about hurricanes. I can't stand them. Yeah, see, we can already see this bottom one's already starting to kind of lose its adhesion. No worries, we're close. We'll have to just paint, kind of go forward and then paint. And I'm going to put down some kind of crazy color, just really as a primer. And then we'll see how it looks. But once I get get it all painted, we can pull let the mask come off if it wants. And I can just fill in the lines after that. All right. Looks pretty good. Good enough crazy enough to work. All right, let me put some water in this cup and we'll be ready to go. Okay, we're gonna use, oh, look at that. There must be something going on with this part because there must be something just wrong with this print or on the print, or maybe there's a lot of moisture in it. I don't know. This is the one that is, I think, the repurposed. So we're gonna fluorescent yellow from System 3 original. Looks like a highlighter. Doesn't show up that well on the cam. We're going to use this. boy. Nope. Here we go. Okay, y'all, I'm really sorry, but I'm gonna have to paint it like this. May not be the best visuals for everybody to see. And I'm gonna have to do it with it facing me just so that I can get everything smoothed out, as the Canadian gingers say. Fuck. This is fucking crazy. Why is it doing that? I wonder if I should have just... I mean, I don't even think it's really working anyway. I think with this next one, I'm just gonna have to free ball it. This color's kind of wild though. Okay. So it's sticking pretty good on this one side, but not on the other one up here. I wonder why that is. Yeah, there has to be something on the... There has to be something. Okay. Got that bullshit yellow on there, and we're just gonna let it all ride. Alright, I'm not touching it. Be right back. We'll clean this up. Before we go, put on another Coast to Coast episode. Okay. Now we have one more. Artwork with a distortion in the print. I don't know if you can see it. It's like right around this area right here. Kind of see the line where it starts. So, now, the question is, will this tape stick onto this print unlike the last one. They're different PLAs from different manufacturers. I don't know if you all remember me, but on a previous stream we were talking about how I used to order the JO faux marble print PLA filament, and that for some reason is not a brand I can find anymore. So Alien Artifacts, we're going to listen to that one. Actually, let's listen to George Knapp. He's my favorite. And I've been ordering this, I think it's called Red or like R3D. I can't tell exactly what the name is. And since I have to find it on the internet, I don't really have anyone else recommending how to pronounce it. So it's like an R with a 3 that's backwards and then a D. And I can't tell if it's meant to imply the word red or if it's R3D. So anyway, if anybody else uses that 3D filament, please drop a line in the chat or the comments later and let me know what that is, because I'm actually really liking it more than JO. It's got a lighter, excuse me, I had to burp. I like the color of it better, but it doesn't lay down the sheen of it. The gloss on the outside is different, which does feel a little bit more like rougher stone, but for some reason the way it lays down in the printer, you can see the lamination of the layers a lot easier. I don't know why that is. So but we got this one with enough to get it going. And we still have a couple hours left in studio time. I'm not sure if I want to spend all of it on the stream, but let's try to get this done. Let's try to get this one more done, at least to see if it'll stick onto this newer filament. And again, apologize for the way I have to orient this. I know you can't see it that well, but okay. Wow. This one's tough. Let's see, here we go. Okay, this is frustrating. For some reason, here's what we're going to do. We're going to go this side. To there. Alright, so for this one, we're going to do something different. We're going to use this thing, which is a giant circumference. dubious to this working. But as long as it's not around food, I do enjoy being surprised. I don't enjoy being surprised by food, though. Hey. What's odd is it's not really adhering to itself. But it's not really attaching to the model either. Oh. It's getting that time of the day when I'm winding down. That cup of coffee didn't really pick me up too much. Wow. This just does not really work that well, does it? You know what? This isn't really working very well. So, here's what we're going to do. We are going to use this as an opportunity to make a new creative decision. We're just going to go ahead and paint. Totally don't mind the table getting paint on it. I just don't want to waste anything. Okay, so this is one of my favorite brands of acrylic, Amsterdam. This is their Reflex Rose. It's color number 384. I use this all the time. It's like one of my favorite hot pinks to use in artwork. The reason why I like Amsterdam paints so much is because they're what's called a student grade, referred to as student grade. which means that the amount of binder they have in mixed in with the pigment is less than something you'll find like on like a golden, let's say, you know how like they're real thick paints. And I don't have a problem with that, but for some reason with everything that I ever want to do with paints, I need them to be able to water down a lot easier. And Amsterdam is able to do that. They're really easy to water down and to mix and to apply without having to use gel mediums. You can do a lot of layers really easily, and I enjoy that. So I have nothing but positive things to say about Amsterdam paints. But if someone else would like to offer their opinion about it that's maybe different than mine, or they want to back mine up, go for it. Oh my gosh, y'all, I just realized that it is Tuesday. We get a new episode of Ahsoka. Those first two were kicking ass. Although I only have 5 episodes left in Twin Peaks Season 3. And that is a wild ass fucking show. Also, this is the day that the Destiny Weekly Reset happens. So I'm going to have to hold off on one of those. Or maybe just not watch all 5 remaining episodes of Twin Peaks. Should have done this on the last one. Will there be time? Okay. Okay. All right, y'all. Pink stripe. We're going to let that dry and go back and use the rest of this paint. I need to get up and stretch and do some stuff. Do some stuff as in like just not sit here for a little longer. So I'm going to go ahead and end the stream. We'll be back on tomorrow, or we'll continue to clean up these prints and put them together. All right, we'll get pretty close once this is the most laborious part of it. So we'll be cleaning up 3D prints that still have relics of their supports on them, and then we'll be gluing as well as adhering magnets tomorrow. And after that, it's just final paint. So should be pretty good. Should be finishing up by the end of the week on both of these artworks. And they're going to start coming to shape tomorrow. So see y'all. Wrong mic. Got it now. Hi, y'all. Thanks for coming back. We're going to continue on today with our working of 3D prints and bitching about UFOs and the government. It's going to be awesome. Oh, what is going on there? We might have some... Oh, right with it. No, I don't know where Jurgen is. He's upstairs somewhere. We just went on a walk and he got put in punishment because he got put on punishment because he ate some fucking garbage. again. Like, some dog shit or something. It looked like vomit, actually, that had been left in this little park that we rolled by. And he knows he's not supposed to eat street trash, or street treats, as we call them. But he does it anyway. And I know he can't help it. But, restraint and discipline are never things that you shouldn't attempt to practice if it's important, right? So he got put on punishment for the rest of the walk, and he's, I think, a little embarrassed and ashamed. So he's hiding upstairs somewhere. But he's welcome here anytime. I told him I love him, and it's not like I'm mad at him. It's just that eating street treats have consequences, especially tonight at like 4 a.m. when he gets up and either diarrheas or vomits all over the fucking floor, and I gotta clean it up. Those are consequences that we like to avoid. Okay, anyhow, moving on. I'm going to show you all what happened yesterday. So here is the first thing that we made. And we can see that this tape is just coming right off, So I haven't checked it out yet as far as to see how well it worked in masking this distortion, the glitch that we were trying to highlight and emphasize. However, this other part where we also painted, put a couple more coats on, and it turned out really well. So we're going to peel these things off, put them side by side. And I'm not sure how much I like the little racing stripe of this yellow already. So I may just go ahead and paint the rest of the top of that. But today we're going to focus more on putting these things together. So a couple of them get glued, and some of them get magnets. So we have new magnet housings. I don't know how well you can see it. We're going to drop some magnets in here and put everything together as much as we can. So let's get started. Let's go ahead and peel all this off. See how it looked. Maybe we'll just do it like this. So far, so good. See, this is coming off. All right, one of the things that has been bothering me with my continued attention paying towards Mr. Grush and everything surrounding his whistleblower testimony is that there has now become a rhetoric or maybe like an idea floated around the media that's still covering this. Thankfully, there is still some. And what I'm about to say is not an endorsement for either of these channels or what they say. But like online, you have places like News Nation and The Hill. They're still actively covering this topic. And again, I don't endorse either of any of those channels. But that is the only place I've been able to go to find coverage. So, ooh, look at that. That turned out pretty good. There's just a couple of spots that we can maybe come in and clean that up. That turned out really cool. So again, why did we do this? It's definitely hot pink on the camera. There is a distortion that starts about right here. You can kind of see a little line in there, maybe. Not really. But it's right. It starts right here, like right about here, and it's a distortion in the print. And what I'm thinking that's happening is occasionally the slicer program I'm using, which is Ultimaker, and I know. Ultimaker is sometimes at this specific height putting in this weird glitch into the G code. We printed 4 pieces that are the similar height, and it's occurred on 2 of them, and they've both been on the same printer. Shit to goddamn, where does this one go? They've both been on the same printer. So rather than worry about reprinting or anything, like I actually like when things are slightly worn, especially when that's juxtaposed with a really high amount of precision manufacturing, right? Like, for some reason, I just dig that. So I didn't really want to go back and reprint. I wanted to emphasize these glitches a little more. So we're going to do, this is the same sculpture twice because we're going to test out a couple different things. One is going to get components will get glued together, and the other set, the components are going to get magnetized so that the whole thing is modular. Then we're going to try a couple different paint techniques on each one. Same technique, but different colors, just to see how it works. And these are finished artworks, but that are also function as maquettes or models or studies, sketches, if you will, for larger artworks that are coming in an upcoming exhibition about 11 months from now, right? So, again, we just wanted to I just wanted to emphasize the glitches instead of trying to hide them. And masking, painting them is something that's pretty obvious. It's an obvious choice of what to do. So, but what happened was we had a hard time with the tape, the masking tape, actually sticking to the PLA. And these are 2 different brands of PLA. This is JO PLA, and this is Red PLA, R3D, which I think is actually supposed to be pronounced red. They're both faux marble. They both have a very similar look, very similar indeed. In fact, you can only kind of barely tell that they're different when you put them together. You can see this one's a little bit more gray and has more of like a smoky kind of finish to it, a sheen, if you will, than this one does. But I can't find JO anymore. For those of you that are wondering, where I live, the most accessible and economical way to procure PLAs was through Amazon. So I haven't found this through Amazon. So I found a substitute bread. And both of these PLAs, though, seem to be resistant to the adhesive on this specific masking tape. I didn't really care to go back and do a bunch of tests on the tape because that is something that I personally will get obsessed with and not end up actually making art. I'll just run all these weird tests about the adhesive on tape, and 2 months from now we'll still be talking about what sticks and what doesn't. So it's good to know and good to make a note of in my sketchbooks and my notes for everything going forward. But we're not going to get obsessed with that. So this is what we decided to do yesterday. Instead of, we were going to originally put a stripe around it like this, but we decided just to paint the whole portion of the model, beginning where the glitch started all the way up. So the glitch starts like right here at the bottom of the paint, and it kind of finishes right here. Okay, you can barely see a little kind of line. We decided to go all the way up with it. And as it is now, I think I enjoy a broader, more swatch-like stripe than this little kind of racing stripe. Full bush, if you will, as opposed to manicured. So we're going to peel these off and see what we got going on here. Compare the two. So back to my statement about Grush. Yeah, there has been lately a recurring state, kind of vibe or a spoken statement I haven't agreed with about Grush, and that is that, we can't trust what he says or trust anything because he didn't see this stuff with his own eyes, and therefore we don't know if he's telling the truth. And I understand that, especially with something so fantastic as what he's claiming. However, Grush has never once pretended or purported to be a witness. He is a whistleblower. And he is the exact same thing as a detective. When a detective goes and investigates a murder, I would say just about every single fucking time the murder's already taken place. They didn't witness the murder, right? They gather all their evidence to try to find out who did it, and they turn that over to the judge and the district attorney, who then makes a case. That is exactly what Grush did. He was charged with investigating this thing, right? And he found all this stuff and turned his evidence over, and that's what's happening. So that's not up to him to prove it. It's up to the people who have the evidence. So I don't really appreciate this kind of, it's not quite an ad hominem attack against Grush, but it's a way to just like discredit what he's done and what he's found and the information he's brought forth and the reality of that circumstance. How not only has he turned those things over to the Intelligence Community Inspector General, the ICIG, but he's also given what he can to Congress. And, you know, I just think that this whole like, well, he didn't see it, so we can't trust him. I mean, sure, with something so fantastic, you gotta always have it in the back of your mind that it's fake, but it's more real than fucking Jesus. It's more real than the shit that you see in church. It's just as much like if Grush were investigating a murder, and I know according to him he kind of has seen evidence of actual murders, in regard to this topic. This would be enough, like his evidence would put somebody away in prison for life for murder. So, in my opinion, this whole like trying to discredit what he said just because he's not an eyewitness is just a way for people to bury their head in the sand further because they can't handle what's really going on. Or like that scientist I saw yesterday, the guy who wrote the book about Oumuamua, and how, some people are just trying to take Grush's thunder, and they want to be credited with discovering aliens. Grush isn't even saying he's discovering aliens, right? He's saying that the government is stealing our tax dollars and lying to us and committing heinous crimes against American citizens to keep secrets about this alien or extraterrestrial technology they have so that they can commit feudal dominance over everyone else. That's what he's saying. And he has evidence for it that he uncovered through his own mandated investigation as part of the Intelligence Committee and Arrow. And he handed it over to the appropriate authorities. But he was not only afraid for his own safety, he was afraid for the American people that the evidence that he put over and the evidence that he handed over would never actually see the light of day. And I don't blame him when you see like his boss coming out there and saying like, his boss had his own press conference saying like, hey man, like there's no evidence that this is real. And Grush is like, yeah, there is, I gave it to you. So if that's the case, like it's no wonder that he became a whistleblower and ratted everybody out because he didn't think it would ever see the light of day. And if you're uncovering this, it would be an absolute sin to continue to keep it secret. And the people that are keeping it secret are the closest thing to sinners I've ever seen. If that's not a sin, I don't know what is. So that's my thing. Next time someone's like, well, he didn't see it, we can't trust him. Like, no, neither does the detective. Detective that uncovers evidence in a murder, they don't witness the murder firsthand. They find the shit later after the gun's laying in the fucking yard somewhere, or the bank account forensics match up and they find the money that went to the hitman after the fact. Like, that's what Grush did. He found the evidence and he handed it over. So here is spiced coffee to you, David Grush. I never in my wildest dreams thought that I would see something like that in real life. Okay, so Here we are again. Now, which one do y'all like better? Put this here in the chat. I like this. And there's going to be some cleanup that we got to do on there, but nothing that the X-Acto blade can't handle. So what do we want to do? Do we want to hop on that? Or do we want to continue to clean up the prints that go on top? So these aren't from the same model. All right, they go like this. Okay, they connect to be real long, like that. And then these heads come on the top. Okay? So, there's really no right or wrong. And we could also sand down and clean up. Let's just do a bunch of stuff. Let's do a bunch of stuff. Yeah, I think we're just going to go ahead and paint this. I don't know. A little variety doesn't hurt. Okay. I can't tell what to do, so I'm just going to pick something and do it. We need to finish cleaning this up. So let's do it. Grab my trusty stiff. Here we go. We're just going to go over every inch of this piece, and now I'm not trying to have a talk about art being commodified because it's a piece now. This really is one of three pieces that get put together to make an artwork. It's a component. So we're going to go over every square inch we can and find all the little nubbins and things like that, take them off. And then I think we'll... I've been wanting to use the angle grinder for a couple days now, so we'll pull that out and sand down. Sand down for what? Sand down the other part. And maybe we'll glue in some magnets. Oh. Okay, this looks really good. Take that off. Ooh, look at that. Psych. Okay, let's come up here. I think there looks good. Get this little nose boogers out. It's kind of funny that this print that I made also has issues with a broken nose and chronic stuffy nose syndrome. No, chronic stuffy nose syndrome is not real. I just made it up, and it's just a reference to the fact that I've always got shit in my nose. Yes, I have broken my nose several times. Well, 3. Can't you tell? They were all when I was younger.